never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Here we go, ready to get it underway. Hey there, Wednesday. That's what we'll be working our way into. Hump Day, 4th day of August. All right, hope your week's going well. What's going on? Olympics are winding down, I see the headline. How much time have you spent watching the games? Yeah, for me, it's been about 0. I just hadn't been into it. So what's going on? Good to have you with us. Not a bad night for rolling up and down the highways, moving the freight around the country. Most of the country is pretty much high and dry. Rain over the eastern portions of North Carolina. You got some shower activity through the heart of Florida once again tonight. As far as the Great Lakes, the Ohio Valley, down to the Gulf Coast, pretty much all's quiet. I see a few spotty showers over the easternmost reaches of Kentucky. Get out west, there's a little bit of moisture in the atmosphere, some scattered showers extending through western portions of North Dakota, the easternmost reaches of Montana. Again, it's mostly light rain. Eastern Wyoming through central portions of Colorado, you might encounter a few scattered showers. A little bit of rain down towards Santa Fe, New Mexico as well. As far as the West Coast, a very quiet night as well as we roll into midweek here. Well, thanks to an unfolding shift in the jet stream. That looks like the heat is going to ease a bit. There may be opportunities from some sporadic rainfall over the next several days in the parched northwestern portions of the country. Yes, they need some rain. Forecasters warn the changes in the weather conditions, not all good news, though, as the battle against raging wildfires out west. As of this past day, 97 large fires are active in this country, most of those obviously in the Northwest. Of all the fires burning, only 4 were contained. Looking for a southward dip in the jet stream that's going to pivot from the Pacific Ocean to British Columbia as we roll toward the weekend, ushering some cooler and more humid air across the Northwest, following highs in the 80s in Seattle, the lower 90s in Portland here into midweek. Temperatures beginning to trend downward Thursday and Friday. Highs are going to bottom out in the lower 70s in Seattle, low to mid 70s in Portland. The change results in below average temperatures. Normal highs this time of year would be upper 70s for Seattle, middle 80s in Portland. Accompanying the substantially lower temperatures in coastal Washington and northwestern Oregon. Clouds, showers, both Seattle and Portland, many other coastal towns, as well as the western slopes of the Washington and northern Oregon Cascades, are forecast to pick up their first measurable rainfall in 40 to 50 days. It's been parched. Some rain will fall on part of the northwest coast of the U.S., rain over western British Columbia, maybe a little bit more substantial. There's the potential for a half inch to maybe an inch of rain along the coast, western slopes of the Rockies, and the southern part of the high country in British Columbia Thursday through Saturday, which will be greatly beneficial in terms of easing the fire risk and maybe a start on easing some of the drought conditions. Yeah, some rain, but lesser amounts. A couple of tenths to maybe just over a half an inch over the interior valleys of British Columbia. But it should be enough to knock down some of the dust. Most of the rain that falls in the northwest will tend to occur over the mountains. Western Montana, perhaps northwestern Wyoming. With some exceptions, rainfall in this zone will be very spotty, on the order of a couple of tenths of an inch over the high country between Thursday and Saturday. But the lower temperatures reaching the northwest as well, after highs well into the 90s in Spokane, Boise, Idaho, and even triple digits in Medford and the Dales. Oregon, high temperatures by Friday are going to be in the lower 70s. In Spokane, 80s in Medford, the Dales and Boise, like the coastal Northwest, those highs are going to be below average compared to the 80s and 90s that are more typical for this time of year. Another positive of the unfolding weather pattern is the increased winds should help disperse some of the smoke in areas well away from the fires later this week. Winds are forecast to be highly variable from one location to another, but gusts 15 to 30 miles per hour over the ridges, through the passes and canyons. Higher winds possible in the vicinity of some of those thunderstorms. Winds will generally shift from the south and southwest to more of the west and northwest later this week and into the weekend. Most of the concentrated areas of surface smoke will likely be within fairly close range and directly downwind of these larger fires. While the lower temperatures and smoke dispersal will be a positive for millions that are tired of the heat, it's not likely to be enough to deter the actual wildfire threat, though, especially areas east of the Cascades. A weak storm system pivots around the jet stream dip, some producing some much-needed rain along the northwest coast, the U.S. and interior British Columbia. There's less moisture in the atmosphere to the southeast. That will translate to thunderstorms that would bring little or no rain, but lightning strikes. One weak storm is forecast to pivot inland from overnight to night, as a matter of fact. A fairly vigorous Pacific disturbance will track inland across the northwest later today and into Thursday. Now, both of those will trigger some locally gusty showers and thunderstorms. The second, stronger system is going to ignite storms from Oregon and Washington to northwest Wyoming and western Montana, while there will likely be numerous lightning strikes with some of these thunderstorms, which may spark new fires. The primary threat's going to be the increase in the winds, especially by Thursday. Any nearby isolated showers could produce some locally strong wind gusts, which may actually accelerate the advancement of existing fires. Gusty winds may also cause pockets of blowing dust, which may suddenly drop visibility to less than a quarter of a mile at times, posing a danger to those out on the highways. Remember, it was just about a little over a week ago, we had that dust storm along I-15 in Utah, a multiple vehicle pileup that took the lives of 8 people. Another dangerous hazard will be pockets of heavy rain over previously burned areas, the burn scars that could lead to mudslides and debris flows. Fires in the western U.S. have already scorched more than 3 million acres this year, according to the National Interagency Fire Center. So if you're going to be traveling through that region, check your route beforehand to avoid having to turn around. There are some roads that have been closed due to the fires, the mudslides, and the smoke. And as an extra precaution for smoke and blowing dust, motorists in the region should turn your headlights on. Now, speaking of road closures, that's one of our top industry headlines. We were discussing this a bit last evening, and we're talking I-70. Indeed, this past day, Colorado's governor has issued a state disaster declaration for Glenwood Canyon after mudslides shut down I-70, and this is going to be ongoing for potentially a lengthy time, could be weeks. Now, on Monday, the governor announced that he's going to sign a disaster declaration in response to the situation there. Unusually heavy rain causing disastrous mudslides. According to a news release, the average rainfall in Glenwood Canyon for the month of July is like 2.4 inches. However, 4 inches of rain in a 5-day period hit the area. Last August, the Grizzly Fire burned more than 30,000 acres in Glenwood Canyon. That fire forced the closure of I-70 for 2 weeks. Consequently, affected areas were scorched, destroying all the vegetation. All you've got left is the soil. So these conditions are ripe for mudslides during heavy rain events. This is a big deal, what's happening with the mudslides in Glenwood Canyon, according to the governor during the news conference. We all know Glenwood Canyon is majestic, beautiful, and of course a critical transportation route for our state. Commerce, for trucks, for tourists, Colorado residents, beautiful western Colorado. During the 4th of July weekend, the DOT shut down I-70 because of mudslides. It was reopened shortly after. However, nearby rest areas remain closed due to the high risk of mudslides. By July the 21st, I-70 in Glenwood Canyon was shut down again, mudslides. As of publication time, the Colorado DOT is reporting the interstate remains closed at exit 87, West Rifle, exit 109, Canyon Creek, exit 116, Glenwood Springs, and exit 133, Dicero. Truckers are advised to take I-80 through Wyoming as a detour. All other motorists are to take northern alternate route via I-70 to Colorado 9, US 40 to Colorado 13. Westbound motorists from Denver should exit I-70 at exit 205, go north on Colorado Highway 9. You'll continue west on US Highway 40, then south on Colorado 13 to complete the alternate route and return to westbound I-70 at exit 90. Eastbound, obviously, you just use the reverse. During a news conference, though, the governor said it may be days, it may be a few weeks before I-70 reopens. Now, they explain, unlike previous closures, when mudslides merely covered the roadways in Glenwood Canyon, this latest mudslide event has done some severe infrastructure damage. Officials won't even know the full extent of the damage until crews clear the debris. They tell us some areas are under 10 feet of mud or more. But by issuing the emergency declaration, Colorado can request federal declaration under the Stafford Act. If President Biden grants the request, they could then receive help from the federal government, including funding and assistance from FEMA. Meanwhile, the monsoon weather pattern continues to persist in the area, kind of making the situation even worse or delaying the cleanup efforts. The DOT is focused on two immediate areas of concern: removing debris so we can scope the needs for permanent repairs, and focusing on sections of the viaduct structures where the scallop walls have been literally destroyed. DOT director said in a statement, beyond these immediate priorities, operational concerns include establishing safe westbound passage through the canyon for the DOT staff. And you've got the Shoshone Power Plant Dam and XL. Reestablishing consistent power is going to be necessary for the DOT operations staff to resume normal operations at the Hanging Lake Tunnel Complex. But given the extensive damage in some areas, it's going to be some time before traffic's going to be moving in the manner that it normally would. So pretty extensive delays. Who was it last evening said it's going to be like a 3-hour, kind of takes you about 3 hours more to go the long way around via I-80. All right, what else we have here? A little bit more on our travelers' weather. On over the other side of the country, the Northeast, a much quieter start to August has unfolded, and it's going to continue a bit longer for the Northeast. After severe weather rocked the region in the final days of July, this extended quiet pattern, good news for those cleaning up after all the tornadoes that tore through last week, including the EF3 tornado that injured several people in the Philadelphia area. Cities along the I-95 corridor, Philly, New York City, Boston, spent at least a few days last week with highs in the upper 80s and lower 90s. Much cooler temperatures, upper 70s and lower 80s, more common as we continue through this first full week of August. All right, midweek here it comes. A slight change in the overall pattern begins to gradually tick temperatures a few notches higher. Yeah, the pattern's going to slowly ebb through the week, and northerly winds slowly turning to the south. By the week's end, we will be talking increasing temperatures, and you'll notice the humidity ticking higher as well. Today, Wednesday's going to be probably the first day that cities like Syracuse, New York, and Pittsburgh will see high temperatures within a degree or two of normal. The gradual increase in temperatures continues across the Northeast Thursday into Friday. There are some areas closer to the coast that may not see the warm-up until later this week into the weekend. But forecasters say surges of moisture will be overspreading the coastal areas starting later today. One such surge is going to spread some drenching rain into southern New England for a period of time later on Wednesday night. Now, rain may skirt the New York City metro area. Another rainy spell possible along the East Coast Thursday into Friday. All right, the cloudy, wet pattern is going to be suppressing temperatures. New York City may struggle to climb in even to the lower 80s by the end of this week if the wet weather moves in as scheduled. Some of our travelers' weather around the country. Yeah, not seeing any precip there in the Northeast tonight. All the rain's like off the coast. Out west, where that first disturbance we were just discussing is bringing some rains to north-central portions of Washington. Nothing really widespread. Most of the activity east of Seattle, just spotty showers. You may encounter a brief downpour in a few areas, but That's disturbance number one. The more moisture-laden system comes in later Thursday into Friday. All right, underway on a Wednesday. Our number, 844-844-3388. Great to have you on board. Who's checking in out of the box here? Well, Tank made it in first. Hello, Tank. Tank followed by Hank, who says morning. Colton says, no, I want to be first. Hey there, Colton. Rochester, New York, checking in. Morning, Steve. Happy hump day, 71 degrees. A little bit of a light show here in New Mexico tonight. I'm headed east, doing the Santa Rosa turnaround tonight. Everybody truck safe. Have a great day. Floyd checking in from Salt Lake City this morning. Lynn checking in from Ridgeway, Virginia, home of Martinsville Speedway. Jim says good morning from Jamestown, New York. Billy on board with us tonight. Hello to the overnight drive, folks. Chevy guy copied the mail. All right. Richard, morning from Central Florida, 75 degrees. Jay checking in. Hello to all the truck drivers out there. 67 clear in Nashville, Tennessee. Another great day to go driving across I-40. Yeah, everybody have a good day now. Let's see. Some people are saying the app's not apparently working correctly. Is that what I'm hearing? Well, go figure. Maybe I'll turn that off and reset. After which we'll get to the calls. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, I did a reset of the app. Hopefully everything's working. Everything looks good on this end. I don't know. Yeah, modern technology. You never know from one day to the next, right? All right, Jonathan just said, all right, it's working now. You close it out, then reopen it, and boom, there it is. All right, so the audience will grow back. Everybody jump on board. And it's 844-844-3388. Someone sent me a link to the story here. It's sad news out of Baltimore, Maryland. Yeah, 2 children from Ohio found dead in the trunk of their aunt's car, apparently. According to the press release from Baltimore County, officers stopped a car in Maryland. During the stop, police found the bodies of 2 children, a 7-year-old and a 5-year-old. Police say the driver and aunt of the children was arrested and charged with first-degree child abuse resulting in death. According to the court documents, the children's mother told detectives she moved to Maryland from Ohio with the 2 in July of 2019. Mother placed the children in the aunt's custody. Court records show doctors said it would have taken several months of malnourishment for the children to reach. One of the children was 18 pounds and the other was 21. Wow, that is sad news. Horrific. All right, somebody's going to go to prison, right? 23 past the hour. Let's get to the calls at 844-3388. Hey there, Cue Ball. It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a bit. I've been driving too much, and in the last couple of days, I've been doing oversized stuff, so I wasn't awake at night. Now I'm bobtailing back, picking up a trailer, and going back to the crib for a little bit. So, yeah, the whole thing with Baltimore, I don't know if they're going to go to prison, Steve. At Baltimore.
Well,
let me think about it.
Yeah, Baltimore, yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, I have been listening, and I heard a few of the different calls, especially from yesterday's show, and I figured let me break some stuff down to some people and maybe need to think a little bit more before they go and run off the mouth and get themselves in trouble over saying stuff, thus taking themselves out of the game, should anything ever actually happen. So this guy Jay yesterday called twice, and I think I've heard him call in the past, like many, many years ago. And he was talking about, you had brought up an article about people think that things are going to wind up getting violent out here.
Mm-hmm.
If, how things are going to wind up changing. I forget what the wording that was used. And this guy kept talking yesterday about, armed revolution. Well, let me give you a couple examples of how things work modern day and how they don't work. We don't have to go back all that far to remember. Do you remember Bunkerville, Nevada? The whole Bundy Ranch situation?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Do you remember that? Yeah, well, to give people backstory that don't know about it, this rancher named Cliven Bundy was an old man, and he's got a bunch of sons that ranch with him. He's the last, and to this day, he's the last Clark County, Nevada rancher. Like, they've literally been there since, like, the 1850s or something. A very long time. So, ranchers, usually what they'll do is they'll put the cattle out on public lands to graze, and they'll pay a modest grazing fee for the use of that. Well, as it turned out, years later, we found out that Harry Reid, senator, I think he was, of Nevada, was trying to use this property to use it for a solar farm. So the way he wanted to get the cattle off the ranch was simply just to jack up the cattle grazing fees to a point where nobody could afford it, and they would just go out of business and leave. So here you got the politicians destroying a person's way to make a living. Now, fast forward to 2020. Don't that sound familiar?
Yes, sir.
So this one cattle rancher, Cliven Bundy, says, look, I don't mind paying you a regular modest fee, but what you're charging is going to put me out. I can't just up and move a whole ranch. I'm not paying you. Piss off. And he kept his cattle grazing there for a while. So after a long time, it went through the courts. The federal government sent a hired squad of goons to go down there and start confiscating cattle, killing cattle. They're literally rounding them up with helicopters. And that's when a bunch of people got involved. It became all over the news. round and round it went. And then finally, the federal government was put back. Now, back then, the BLM enemy was the Bureau of Land Management. No one ever heard of Black Lives Matter yet. This was back during Obama's years. So anyway, long story short, the government moved in to take this guy's cattle, and people moved in to try to stop him. And then there was a very famous scene where, everybody likes to, we could talk about law enforcement all you want, but it gets to a point where, you got guys that'll say they'll have to come take us by cold dead hands, talking about guns or anything else, right? Well, just remember who they are when they send them to come take your stuff. Usually guys with badges, that's who they send. They don't do it themselves. So you take what you want on that one. So they sent these guys down there to take this guy's cattle, and they, obviously they didn't just let it happen. There was a famous scene where one of the cops had tasered, I think, Ammon Bundy's aunt or something. It was just a pregnant lady who wound up getting tased. Very famous scene. Next thing you know, a lot of guys came down. Literally, militias showed up and told the federal government, get out of Bunkerville. And at the point of a militiaman barrel,
there were dozens or hundreds of them on horses with their rifles. Yeah, a standoff with law enforcement. I remember some of these, ranchers were up on an overpass or whatever with their guns drawn down on the
Interstate
law enforcement.
15.
Yep.
Interstate 15. My point is, the government came to take. Militia came to defend. Government left. Now, Ammon Bundy made a very big mistake after that. He got pretty much emboldened. Ammon was like the voice of the family, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
He was, he's Cliven's son. I'm trying to remember the rest of the family, but he got involved politically in other things. There was another situation where they were going after another rancher in Oregon. What he had done, this rancher done, is he had a controlled burn on his land. It got a little, and I'm not being facetious. It got a little farther than it was supposed to, and the controlled burn went out into federal land, which is just like sagebrush and nothing. It's not like you set like the city of Milwaukee on fire or something. So they, obviously they controlled it, put the fire out, no big deal. Well, they arsoned the federal property, and of course, the federal government went in hot and heavy and charged his family. I think they're trying to get him for like 15 years for arson on federal property. It's like their neighboring ranch was a controlled burn, and it went beyond the boundary just a little bit. So stop. It's not like they were trying to burn like a federal building down or something. So the judge looked at this. He's like, wait a minute, this is ridiculous. So the judge knocked it down to like nothing. Like I think you were supposed to do maybe a handful of months in jail. Well, then, of course, somebody else got involved and said, no, these people need to do the full 15 years. And I don't know the legality of it all, but they're saying that was highly illegal. The judge had convicted them of some minor little nothing and let it go. But then somebody else reopened the case and hammered them hard and blocked them for 15 years. Ammon Bundy and them went all up to Oregon to protest this whole thing. But then somebody had the bright idea, they're not going to go to prison. We're going to go up to some wildlife refuge and take this building, which in reality, they kept calling it all over the news the federal building. Well, technically, it's a building and technically owned by the feds. So I guess it's a federal building. That counts as the shed in the back as well. Like literally, most people's houses are bigger than this building and 2 outbuildings, a.k.a. sheds. And they went up there and took it. That was an offensive move. They held up there for a while. The FBI, was trying to work with them, talk with them, yada, yada, yada. Nobody was budging. And then finally the FBI set up a sting. That's when LaVoy Finicum was shot and killed in that stove bank after they opened fire and, ditched that they were like some kind of Suburban or Expedition or something. But everybody remembers when LaVoy Finicum was killed. After that, they took everybody in custody. Whole thing was over. So my point is to Jay, you're not going anywhere offensively and going to win anything. But what you can do, what you should do, is draw a line in the sand. I've done the same thing. there's a point to where you're going to take so much from me, and I'm not going to let you take another bit more. You know, some people say they can come and take it from my cold, dead hands. Gladly. I was born a free American. I'll die a free American. At what age might not be my choosing, but that's my belief in it. But there is a point where you have to decide they're not going to take. I will defend. But you cannot go out offensively. It won't work. It can't work. Think about it. If the government, just like with the Bundy Ranch situation, when they rolled up in there and started stealing them cattle and killing them literally because they're rounding them up with helicopters, put too much stress on them and killing them, and then trying to bury them underneath the, you're digging holes and burying them so no one found out about it. When the government went in to take their stuff, look how it became more than just one rancher. That was a whole boatload of people from all over the country came to defend. So my point is, this government is well aware. Why do you think they're trying to whittle down our Second Amendment? This government is very well aware that they can only push people and take so much before groups of people will start to defend. Now, when that happens, I don't know. How much, is the government that stupid to reach too much, to take too much, to facilitate something that big to happen again or even larger? I think they have in the past, and if you look back at history of governments in the past. But that's my view on it. You have to wait until they take too much, and you have to defend to keep what's yours. But you can't take an offensive stand. Yep. You'll be the only one standing there.
Yep. And they will take you down.
That's my 2 cents on that.
Well, hey, thank you for checking in, Cue Ball. It's been a while, and don't be such a stranger. All right, a little behind. We'll get our news break here, and lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
I'm Brad Bernards. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis on Tuesday downplayed a spike in COVID-19 cases that's shattered state hospitalization records and strongly reiterated his vow not to impose a mask mandate or any business restrictions.
There will be no restrictions and no mandates in the state of Florida.
DeSantis said he expects hospitalizations to drop in the next couple of weeks, asserting that the spike is seasonal as Floridians spend more time together indoors to escape the summer heat and humidity. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen on Monday announced a series of so-called extraordinary measures the department is taking to give the federal government more room to spend under a reimposed debt cap, chiefly pausing investments in certain government employee pension funds. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, the founder of Youngevity and veterinarian physician, and I'm the guy that figured out the cause, prevention, and cure of cystic fibrosis. I'm the guy that found the cause, prevention, and cure of muscular dystrophy, and then I figured out the cause and prevention of sudden death syndrome. You don't hear about those 3 diseases anymore because in federal lawsuits, we were able to force the manufacturers of baby formulas to put these nutrients in the baby formulas. And those 3 diseases, cystic fibrosis and muscular dystrophy, were not genetic diseases. They were just simple nutritional deficiencies. Sudden death syndrome, crib death, was not due to mother laying on the babies. Only 2% of the babies were in bed with their mothers when they died. 98% were in cribs. We had that nutrient put into the baby formulas, and we ended crib death. 28 years ago, 1 child died of crib death per 100 normal births. Today, it's 1 per 3,000 normal births. And if everybody would give all the 90 essential nutrients to these kids, none of them would die. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
subscribers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Now, I should have asked you all about our beloved Cuomo in New York. A lot of folks have been asking, like, whatever happened to that investigation? I guess it's been ongoing. Like everything else. Months and months and months. All of a sudden, the Attorney General in New York released the findings this past day and said, hey, he did it. Now the entire Democrat congressional delegation in New York has called for him to resign after the investigation found he had sexually harassed multiple women from 2013 to 2020. A statement from the House Democrat Conference chair, along with New York Democrat representatives, several of them, said the time is right for Cuomo to step down. The Office of Attorney General, Tish James, conducted a complete, thorough, and professional investigation of the disturbing allegations against Governor Cuomo. We commend the brave women who came forward and spoke truth to power. The time has come for Cuomo to do the right thing for the people of New York and resign. Now, most of these 19 Democrats had already called for him to resign back in March. The Hill reported at the time, when the allegations first emerged, before the actual investigation was ever launched. Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi, even Joe Biden this past day said it's time for Cuomo to resign. Earlier, Biden's stance had been let the investigation take place. And if the accusations are true, he should resign. So President Biden was asked this past day, do you stand by those remarks? And he said, yes, I think he should resign. Yeah, the Attorney General's report said Cuomo engaged in, quote, unwanted groping and kissing of current and former state employees, as well as women outside of state government. He and his staff also retaliated against at least one former employee for coming forward, according to the Attorney General. She said the governor had violated both state and federal law. Then they go on into where the entire Democrat caucus representing the state in Congress, including Chuck Schumer and Kirsten Hillerbrand, as well as Nancy Pelosi, calling on Cuomo to resign. He may be impeached if he refuses to resign. Of course, Cuomo, as typically has been the case, he is totally defiant, rejecting the Attorney General's findings, denying the allegations in a pre-recorded statement. He displayed a montage of photos of him touching the faces of strangers. He said the behavior was simply intended to convey warmth. I never touched anyone inappropriately or made inappropriate sexual advances. That's just not who I am, who I've ever been. He then issued his own, 85-page report trying to rebut the allegations. So he is defiant, the all high and mighty Cuomo of New York. Looks like maybe finally his days may be numbered. Only so long you can hang on, right? Meanwhile, lines available at 844-844-3388. Let's check in with, I believe Julio's on the line. Good morning.
What's up, it's Steve?
Well, you know.
Pulling out of Birmingham, headed back to Mobile.
Good deal.
Yeah, I'm going down there and get me some shrimp.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Ain't nothing better than fresh Gulf seafood, baby.
That's what I've always heard, yes.
Yeah, buddy. Well, how you doing tonight? How's the family?
Everybody doing well? Staying out of trouble? Knock on wood.
Great. I don't ever stay out of trouble. I stay in trouble.
Yeah, I hear you.
All right. Well, tell everybody I said howdy. You take care. I'm going to trucking.
All right. Good night to be trailer trucking, as they say. Be safe out there, and thanks for checking in. Enjoy your shrimp, fresh out of the Gulf Coast. Let's see. Hey, Steve, I recall you mentioning a meteor shower. Is that going on right now? I'm asking because I've already seen a couple of long trailing fireballs north of Bowling Green tonight. Not that I'm aware of. Said fireballs toward the western sky. I'll do some double checking. I know there are several events that are going to be taking place here in the month of August. I think I had that printed up in some of my weather stuff here. I'll see if I can dig that back up. For those like myself who are in the zone, the region of the country where this was the 17-year cicadas, the Brood X or Brood 10, they're long gone now. But they're still leaving their mark, according to the report this past day. Those who live in areas, cicada territory, you may have noticed one long-lasting effect. Dead clumps of leaves on your trees, oaks in particular. Of course, they emerge every 17 years when the soil warms up in the spring. They carve out space in the tree branches to lay eggs. Each female cicada lays about 500 eggs. The eggs then hatch. The young cicadas fall and burrow into the ground. Then they wait their turn to emerge 17 years later. But after the critters saw off their cicada nurseries, which are often housed in thin, younger branches. Those branches then tumble to the ground. Sometimes the cutting is so severe that those branches are weakened to the point that just a little bit of wind will break them off and fall to the ground. Acorns will likely be less numerous because of all those broken branches. The process leaves behind broken branches and clumps of leaves, but the fallen foliage, it doesn't harm the trees. The trees and the cicadas actually get along pretty well. After the cicadas have a lot to do with the ecosystem. Dogs, rodents, reptiles, birds, fish, not to mention people. Of course, all chomp down on the clumsy creatures, as we well know, with fry rods cooking with cicadas. If you enjoy Thanksgiving, imagine what all the animals are thinking every 17 years when they get this bounty of cicadas. All right. Meanwhile, the annual so-called, what they call them, the Dog Day cicadas, they are back in parts of the country. They're labeled as annual. These are the emerald insects. They actually take 2 to 3 years to develop, but these are about twice the size of the brood X cicadas. I thought they called them locust. I've seen a few of those, and I've been hearing them singing in the trees during the day. There was one outside the secret bunker the other night. When I was getting a smoke break, it flew right up and slammed into the door. And I swear it looked like it was gold. It was a golden color. Normally they have these are more like the green versus the red cicadas, the brood X. They're usually green, but I wish I would have brought it in and taken a snapshot, a photo of it, because it looked like pure gold. Very unique. All right, we'll get a 2-minute quick chime out in here, quick break, and we'll come back with more of your calls. Want to jump on board? It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, to answer Shaky's question, yes, indeed. What you are seeing, the fireballs, that is Perseids. The peak is still a few days away, but as early as July 14th, you can begin seeing the first Perseids, and all the way through August the 24th. The Perseid Meteor Shower, if you want to see the peak of the best meteor shower of the year, it's a few more days away. The shower peaks between August 11th and 13th, providing 50 to 100 meteors per hour for sky watchers. As the Earth travels through the dust and debris from Comet 109P Swift Turtle. Yeah, the dust and debris burning up in the atmosphere, obviously those particles becoming streaks of light. Perseids are known for their fireballs. There you go. While the shower's visible as early as 10 p.m. in some places, the nightly peak hits about 2 a.m., between 2 a.m. and sunrise, but you'll need clear skies. Again, that's not the only reason to keep your eye on the night sky. This month's full moon comes up on August the 22nd. It's almost a new moon right now. The sturgeon moon will appear right at the tail end of the meteor shower. An extra treat to look up toward the heavens this month. So there you go. So yeah, it's a couple of Perseids, I believe you've seen there, fireballs. Hey, good morning to the Red Mule.
So where is it in the sky that we're supposed to see those? They're going toward the west?
I think anywhere, any direction.
Okay. So, Steve, this morning I'm going down road, tending my rat killing. I see the email about Como, and so I turn on Fox News and listen to it for a minute or two, and I get to thinking, this ought to be entertaining. Let's flip over and see what CNN has got to say about Como.
Yeah.
Guess what they were talking about, Steve?
COVID?
No. They're talking about a man. Guess who they were talking about?
Donald Trump.
Como is taking a page. I kid you not, Steve. Como is taking a page out of Trump's book, and he's blaming the victims. Steve, I don't know what the clinical definition of obsession is, but those people at CNN, they need to get some psychiatrists in there to help them people out, don't you think?
Yes, no doubt. Absolutely.
I mean, that's the only thing they can talk about is Donald Trump. That just totally amazed me. But then that brings up another question, Steve. Now, back in 2016, I come to the conclusion that one of the worst jobs in the world. Now, I enjoy what I do. I think you enjoy what you do, most of it.
Mm-hmm.
And I think one of the worst jobs in the world in 2016 would have been to be Hillary Clinton's Secret Service detail while she was running for president. But after listening to CNN today, now, correct me if I'm wrong on this, but doesn't like Fox have people that monitor these other channels so they know what they're talking about?
Oh, yeah, sure. Everybody. Yep.
Yeah. How much would they have to pay you to sit there and watch CNN for 8 hours a day, 5 days a week?
Oh, boy. That'd be pretty steep, Red Mule.
Yeah. They're going to have to give me a couple $100,000 a year to put up with that torture. But anyhow. Hey, Steve, now, I think it was your show 2 or 3 weeks ago, talking about, somebody brought up the comment that putting Joe Biden out there was elder abuse, and I think there's some truth to that. But by the same token, just putting Kamala Harris out there, is that abuse of the, shall we say, ethically challenged or morally challenged? I mean, I know the woman's got one talent that she's used to get where she is, but I don't think that really qualifies her to be vice president. But she is so far out of her league that I just think that whoever put her up for that has really kind of set her up for some abuse. So anyhow, Steve, I've been going to call and bring something else up. when I first got in this term limits deal and was talking to these guys that paid for the sign and everything, two different people told me, they said, this was the time of the Tea Party and everything, and they said, be careful who you align yourself with, because there's certain people that are in these movements, these conservative movements, for the money. And I really didn't quite understand that. But I don't know, 2 or 3 months later, I was at that, it's a Love's now in West Memphis, and bus next to me fueling up, or not the bus, the motorhome, fueling up was on Tea Party outfit. And we got talking back and forth, and we switched bumper stickers and everything, and they invited me into that bus. And I mean, Steve, I don't know what that RV cost, but it's 2 or 3 times what mine cost, I'm sure. And I don't know if it was the Koch brothers or whoever was behind that, but there's definitely some money that they'd put into that, and I'm sure they had to get something out of it to pay for it. The reason I bring that up, there's a lot of people that kind of have to question what they say. I've put the bad mouth on Rush Limbaugh and Glenn Beck and some of them over the years, and some of it's justified, some of it's not, I guess. But bringing me to Mark Levin, now I listen to him sometimes Sunday evening, and sometimes he's worth listening to, and sometimes I just turn him off. Bought one of his books in the past, and I wasn't that impressed with it. I don't think I even finished the book. But Steve, this new book that he's got out, this American Marxism, I think is a darn good book. I don't know if he's telling us anything we didn't already know, but he's putting it in a language that we can articulate back and forth. So if anybody's thought about that book, I would recommend it. Now, there's 2 stipulations on that. To me, anyhow, I can only read 2 or 3 pages of that thing at a time because there's a lot to think about in there.
Mm-hmm.
And so I just, I haven't got halfway through the thing. The other thing I want to mention is, like when I'm driving, I get done, I want to stop and relax a little bit. I'll read for a little bit until I get sleepy and go to bed. You don't read Mark Levin's book before you go to bed because it'll get your blood pressure up. In fact, Steve, if you're going to read it, you better get your blood pressure pills in there because some of the things that he brings up, which, like I say, is stuff we already know, but anyhow, it gets my blood pressure up on it. So anyhow, I recommend that. Steve, I ain't trying to be controversial tonight, but I'm going to have to disagree with you, Ball. The behavior of them boys out there, that Bundy bunch, is what gives the militias a bad name. I'm not going to start a long argument. I'm just going to say this. I don't care who you are. I don't care what your religion is. I don't care how long your family's been on the land. You pay your taxes. You pay your grazing fees. If you can't pay them, the Constitution does not give you the right to be in business. It does not give you the right to use federal lands. If the courts sided against you, hey, the courts have sided against me in the past. That's the way life is. But the behavior of those guys going out there and being armed to prevent them taking those cattle, that's what gives militias a bad name, and it gives power. It's like if you're going to fight against somebody, against the government, you go in there and use guns, that's just going to give Nancy Pelosi and all these people that much more ammunition to strengthen the anti-gun laws. Mm-hmm. That's a bad, bad way to work. And it's not productive at all. So I'm going to get wound up, Steve. So I'll get off here and I'll talk at you another time.
All right, read you a couple pages of American Marxism. That'll calm you down, right? All right, we get a news update here. Lines available. Oh, by the way, I got news this past day. We don't have to do a phone reset anymore. Well, hallelujah. The whole 4-hour thing that's history. We can go 24 hours straight now if we want. So no concerns there. Good to go. Lines wide open at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
I'm Brad Bernards. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis on Tuesday downplayed a spike in COVID-19 cases that's shattered state hospitalization records and strongly reiterated his vow not to impose a mask mandate or any business restrictions.
There will be no restrictions and no mandates in the state of Florida.
DeSantis said he expects hospitalizations to drop in the next couple of weeks, asserting that the spike is seasonal as Floridians spend more time together indoors to escape the summer heat and humidity. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen on Monday announced a series of so-called extraordinary measures the department is taking to give the federal government more room to spend under a reimposed debt cap, chiefly pausing investments in certain government employee pension funds. This is USA Radio News.
Hello, this is Wayne Alaroot for our newest sponsor, Asset Strategies, or ASI for short. ASI is a precious metals powerhouse. They sell gold and silver. Never in history has there been a more important moment to buy gold and silver. ASI has been in business for 39 years. They've served over 20,000 clients and sold $5 billion worth of gold, silver, and precious metals with zero complaints. Last year, gold saw gains of 25%. Silver nearly doubled gold's performance. Now Democrats are in charge. Green New Deal, open borders, free healthcare for illegals, bailout broke cities and states. The debt is about to go through the stratosphere. The time to buy is now. The owners of ASI, Michael and Rich Chekin, have been my close personal friends for 16 years. ASI is the company I trust when it comes to buying and selling precious metals. Call now to receive a free consultation and a free 1-ounce Silver Eagle with every qualifying purchase when you mention the Wayne Alaroot Show. Call 800-831-0007. That's 800-831-0007 or visit AssetStrategies.com.
A reinstituted Houston mask mandate requiring workers to wear masks while on the job may defy a statewide ban on such requirements. Mayor Sylvester Turner said in a memo to city employees Monday that the mandate was being issued because of a recent uptick in positive COVID-19 cases in our community. Governor Greg Abbott repeated his executive order last month banning mask mandates by any state or local government entity. Those who go against the ban are subject to fines of up to $1,000. Informed about what many consider a potential super spreader event taking place this weekend, the Biden White House danced around the least bit of condemnation, Jen Psaki noting there's nothing to worry about.
We certainly advise everyone to follow public health guidelines, which I know the former president, who is a huge advocate of getting vaccinated, of following the guidance of public health experts, would certainly advocate for himself as well.
This is USA Radio News.
Friends, Mike Lindell's My Pillow, My Slippers make my feet feel better than they have in about 20 years. My Pillow proprietary foam, memory foam, patented impact gel, indoor-outdoor soles. You won't want to take them off, or Mike Lindell will give you your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listeners special, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and save 40% using my promo code USA.
University of South Carolina has canceled its plan to enforce face coverings on campus for the upcoming fall semester after the state's attorney general warned that it would go against the intent of state legislation. The USC, whose campus in Columbia serves more than 35,000 students on July 30th, announced that everyone must wear masks at all times inside all campus buildings, regardless of their vaccination status, except in private offices, residence hall rooms, or while eating in campus dining halls. In a statement released Tuesday, USC interim president Harris Pastides walked back from the previous plan, saying that masks will only be required in the university's healthcare buildings and on campus buses. Blago is back. The former Illinois governor wants to run for office again. The story from USA's Tim Berg.
Former Illinois Governor Rod Blagojevich is taking issue with a state law that prevents him from running for state or local office. He filed a federal lawsuit on Monday seeking a declaration finding that the law is unconstitutional. It also seeks an injunction that would allow him to run for office. Blagojevich served more than 7 years of a 14-year prison sentence on corruption charges before his sentence was commuted last year by then-President Trump. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
For USA Radio News, I'm Brad Bernards.
The
90s went a little crazy in Ohio. The pro stocks lawyered up in Kentucky, and a new Super Farm winner said, just put it on my card. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. 8 Grand National divisions were in action, 4 at the Fort Recovery Grand Nationals in Ohio, and 4 more at the Meade County Grand Nationals in Brandenburg, Kentucky. Let's hit the highlights. At the Fort, making and winning his first 2 appearances of the season, was Brian McDonald and his all-new Very Little Sanity Mini. McDonald defied the on-the-mark sled for 50 feet beyond the pack on Saturday night to induce a reset, then blew them away again en route to a sweep. Joe Ader and his Polar Air Unlimited were about as impressive with their last-of-the-class pass on Friday. But Adam Bauer's Cross-Threaded won for the second time in as many Saturdays to make it 2 apiece for defending champ Ader, 2-time champ Bauer, and 4-time champ Chuck Knapp's Screamin' D. The weekend for the Superstock Diesels was a topsy-turvy affair for Travis Schlabach's Bone Twister. A DQ shaved his lead to a single point over Esden Lane's Diggin' Fever, but his win, combined with Esden's second session scratch, kept Travis's 1066 on top. Kent Payne's Super Rooster vaulted from 4th to 2nd on the strength of a 4th and 2nd. And in Superstock Diesel 4x4, Todd Dugan still leads, but with a different truck, as his Angry Shine Chevrolet outperformed his penetrating spray-themed Ford. Brian Withrow made his first pass of 2021 a winner with Nut Job 2 on Friday, and then veteran Kent Crowder drove his Scheid Diesel Dodge to a W on Saturday. Meanwhile, one of Pulling's idiosyncratic venues is the Meade County Fairgrounds Natural Amphitheater, and 2 competitors got the honor of being towed twice through the tunnel with trophies. In light superstock, the Tennessee Tracks International of Jacob Fuqua held off Jason Hootman's Commander Ford both nights, once by 2 inches and once by 2 feet. But in the process, Hootman whittled Adam Spiegelberg's lead to just 2 points. And in Pro Stock, Mark Lawyer racked up 2 firsts with his wrapped-up John Deere. One in a squeaker over Julia Ray's Mac Daddy, the other by about 9 feet over rookie Spencer Simonovic's coal-fired. With a workmanlike 6th and 3rd, Rob Russell's Workhorse Pro continues to lead the class. In Super Farm, Brian Deck's win and a second aboard the Dream On Case IH extended his lead to 4 over Ryan Anderson's Checkin' Out. But adding his name to that hallowed list of GN winners was Jason Benser, whose Plastic Money Deer was credited with a Saturday night victory. And in 4-wheel drive, Larry Peterson's Profab geared up Chevy topped the field of 21 on Friday, and Gary Varner's Fast Break Ford led when the buzzer sounded on Saturday. But winning the long game was Jake Zering, as his Fatheads Eyewear Dodge skipped over Ted Skelton's Rock for the division advantage with an 8th and a 3rd. Upcoming Grand National competition is centered on the great state of Illinois, with Super Farms, Pro Stocks, Superstock Diesel 4x4s, and Light Unlimiteds appearing at both the Western Illinois Grand Nationals in Mount Sterling on Friday and at the Marion County Grand Nationals in Salem on Saturday. Plus, Region 2 action resumes in Cassopolis, Monroe, and Morley, Michigan, as well as Eaton, Ohio. Details are at ntpapull.com. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
Alrighty, we're on round number 2. Here we go, underway on a Wednesday morning. Hump day coming on. I think it was final hour last night. Final hour of the program, Scenic Route had called. Yeah, talking about the whole vaccine thing and trying to mandate vaccines. And that whole discussion. He was asking for my 2 cents worth, and I said, I don't see him, physically coming to force you to take it. What they are going to do is just, essentially try to make life miserable for you to the point where you want to take it. And I guess New York City gets the ball rolling. New York City, the first American city to adopt proof of vaccination for a variety of activities. For workers and customers, gonna have to prove you're vaccinated for indoor dining, to go to the gym, to go to the theater, indoor performances. Mayor de Blasio said it's time for people to see vaccination as necessary to live a good, full, healthy life. It will require vaccination for workers and customers in indoor dining, in indoor fitness facilities, indoor entertainment facilities. The only way to patronize these businesses indoors is if you are vaccinated. If you want to participate in society, you've got to get vaccinated. He called it the key to New York City pass. Where's your key? The key is going to be proof of vaccination. So he is mirroring exactly what I told Scenic Route. It started with France and Italy. It starts later this month. Enforcement begins in mid-September. Enforcement begins September 13. Following a public service announcement campaign, entry will be denied to anyone without vaccination. It's not clear if the pass will be extended to other venues, like supermarkets or places that sell essential items. We've reached out to the mayor for comment. Broadway venues in Carnegie Hall, both in New York City, announcing they will only allow vaccinated patrons to enter their facilities. Meanwhile, Denny Meyer, the head of the restaurant group with numerous restaurants in New York City, announced a similar requirement this week. Residents will have to present the state's what they're calling Excelsior Pass, the city's vaccine pass, or a paper issued from the Centers for Disease Control. De Blasio in recent days suggesting the possibility of a vaccine passport type system to be implemented. Of course, he mandated in late July all city healthcare workers must get the shot. The mandate was then expanded to the entire city workforce. More and more, there's going to be a reality where if you are vaccinated, a world of opportunity opens up to you. If you're not, there's going to be more and more things you cannot do. Civil liberties groups and Republicans have flagged the vaccine passport type systems as unconstitutional. This imperils basic civil liberties, including the right to privacy. This is going to create a two-tiered society, vaccinated and unvaccinated. In France, after Parliament passed their what they're calling health pass law, thousands of demonstrators took to the streets in Paris and other cities this past weekend and the prior weekend. Also protests in Italy, Greece, Switzerland, and Germany over the mandates. There it is. Pretty much exactly what I said. If you want to participate in society, you will get the vaccine. All right. Hello there, Heat Wave. What's going on this morning?
Good morning, senor. Oh, not a whole hell of a lot. Well, does the term mark of the beast mean anything to a lot of people out there?
Yeah.
So that's exactly what this passport thing is going to be. I mean, they said, if you didn't have the mark of the beast, you couldn't go out anywhere. You couldn't buy any food.
You're not going to buy, not going to sell, not going to trade, not going to do anything. Yep.
Of course, and again, I'm sure that's what they said about the Social Security card, too. But, you didn't have to have a Social Security card to go buy anything, whereas this year, papers, please. So, anyways, I was told to do some research yesterday after I made my comment about the 3/5 vote. I went ahead and did some research, and it was the Great Compromise of 1786, I believe, where the idea that a black man was worth only 3/5 of a vote was to help out the southern states have more representation in D.C. So if they were to have 33, let's say 33 seats in the Senate or in the House of Representatives, well, then they would cumulatively have, and that's a big word for a truck driver, they would have, 70-something. Just an example. Because of all the slave population in the southern states, but the slaves were still not allowed to vote. So they were just a representation of the population of the South. And I guess it was 1808, a gentleman named William Lloyd Garrison, I believe that's right. I may be off by a few letters. He was an absolutionist that was arguing that the Constitution had set it up to where the country would be free of slavery. And he went up against the likes of Frederick Douglass in debates, offering his views. And I guess their debates were countering each other on what a slave should be or what a slave shouldn't be. So, yeah, I guess it wasn't a Democrat plan. It was a compromise to make the South happy. So they said had they not done that, more than likely Thomas Jefferson would not have been the second president. Jackson wouldn't have been president either. So, yeah, that was a interesting read. So I thank the gentleman for pointing that out to me. Steve, I sent you a picture on your phone of the Great Lake Shasta, just north of Redding, California. As you can see, when you take a look at it, it ain't nothing but a small river now.
Yep.
I mean, what should be underwater has now got grass growing. Yes, it is attributed to the lack of rain that they've had and the lack of snow melt. But when you are trying to keep a silver minnow alive to go to, the ocean, and 78% of your fresh water goes to to make sure that live fishy makes it, you are not a humanitarian. Over the years, nature has learned to adapt to its different, things that happen. And so, save the water for the people. If the fish dies out, hey, I'm sorry, it just dies out. Other animals will figure out another way to eat. You need to grow food for your population. And I can see where some of these irrigation ditches are down about 1.5 to 2 feet compared to what they're usually at. There's people out there plowing up their tree farms, their nut farms, their fruit farms, because they can't give it the water it needs. So, I mean, they also want to have electricity for the electric cars. Well, I think there's a dam along that river that had to stop making electricity because there's not enough water to turn the turbines. I mean, California's got itself in this damn mess. The only people that can pull themselves out are conservative thinking Californians. And instead of spending $5 billion on some damn bullet train out there, maybe you want to start building some dams. That's just coming from this uneducated truck driver, but it just seems like common sense is you would save the water for humanity and for the best interest of the people, not some damn fish.
Mm-hmm.
Pensaki, what did she say? She said she was sure that former President Trump would agree with what was going on at the White House this past weekend or coming up. Did I hear that right?
I don't think I caught that. What would he agree with?
Oh, apparently they're having a deal at the White House, or they had one, and I guess Biden kind of was light of foot as far as, dodging all the criticism. And Psaki was saying, well, your former president, Trump, he was a big supporter of the vaccine, and he would probably have no problem with, White House events. And I'm thinking, how many White House events did that man have to begin with prior to and then during the pandemic? I don't really remember him having a whole lot, except for maybe entertaining President Xi of China when he was eating dessert and said, hey, watch this, and they bombed the living hell out of Syria. I don't think Psaki should talk for anyone else that they despise, because I certainly wouldn't assume to speak for you or Big Moose or, Eskimo Mom about anything out there. I mean, that's just my opinion, and I'm not going to assume anything, because you know what you do when you assume something. So just spell it out, folks.
Yeah.
So, yep. So other than that, I just got up here about an hour and a half ago, and hell, I'm already on fire. Blood pressure's up. I tell you what, I was walking out of the truck, and I've got an issue, and I don't know how it happened. But man, what exactly is a low ankle strain? Do you have any idea what that is?
Low ankle strain.
Hyperextended.
Yeah.
All I know is it hurts.
That's what I would say.
I'm fine.
Any kind of sprain or strain isn't going to be comfortable, no doubt.
Yeah, and I have no idea how it happened. I mean, last night I was fine. Yesterday morning, I noticed a sharp pain getting out of the truck, and ever since then, I've just been kind of hobbling along. And I tell you what, I don't like pain, because pain hurts, and I'm a wuss. I freely admit my guilt. So, other than that, until the loneliest hour of radio, I'll go ahead and I'll be quiet and listen on.
All right.
Yourself a good morning, sir.
Thank you for checking in there. Heat Wave, have a good morning. It is 844-844-3388. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
I believe it was Miss Millie asking if I've heard anything about like an emergency alert system test coming up nationally. Yes, Miss Millie. Yes, indeed. August the 11th. They're trying to get the word out so people aren't alarmed when they're emergency alert system on your phones and wireless devices all go off at the same time. FEMA will be conducting a national test of their wireless emergency alert and emergency alert system in partnership with the Federal Communication Commission beginning at 2:20 Eastern Time. Cell towers will broadcast text as part of the wireless emergency alert test for about 30 minutes, according to FEMA. People who have opted in to receive test messages will receive a message which says, "This is a test of the National Wireless Emergency Alert System. No action is needed." The message will appear in Spanish on cell phones, which are set to that language by default. A similar message will appear on radios and television stations as part of the system test. All right, August 11th. That'll be the second of the wireless emergency alert system. Officials previously tested this system back in 2018, recall? Now, although cell phone users were not able to opt out of the trial. This will be the sixth conducted nationally. And officials said that if there were widespread severe weather or other events, it may necessitate a postponement of the test. If that would be the case, it would be held on August the 25th. All right, about a minute before we hit our news break, bottom of the hour. Just looking at some of the headlines here. Let me flip back over. Talking about Cuomo earlier. You should listen to some of the headline news items. Biden calls on Cuomo to resign. Pelosi, Schumer call on Cuomo to resign. The Albany County District Attorney is now investigating Cuomo. Entire New York congressional delegation has called for Cuomo to resign. Stefanik leads the charge of Cuomo critics, calling for his arrest immediately. Let's see. New York's lieutenant governor says, quote, "No one is above the law." In the last headline, Cuomo flatly denies multiple harassment claims. Okay, we'll get our news break here. Back to your calls. Vic, got you coming up. Good to have you with us. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
I'm Brad Bernards. The CDC announced a 60-day moratorium on evictions Tuesday, a day after the White House said the agency didn't have the authority to do so. The order is intended to target specific areas of the country where cases of the virus are rapidly increasing. Democrats celebrated Cori Bush, who had been sleeping on the Capitol steps, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and Chuck Schumer.
There's no reason why people should be in a position to where they're hurting right now.
We're talking about 11 million Americans across the country behind on rent, 1 in 6 renters.
You cannot have these people lose their homes. Now they have a fighting chance.
A federal judge on Tuesday temporarily halted an executive order issued by Texas Governor Greg Abbott to prohibit private individuals and groups from transporting immigrants who illegally cross the U.S.-Mexico border. This is USA Radio News.
The old way of living with diabetes is a pain. You've got to remember to do your testing, and you always need to be sticking your fingers. The new way to live your life with diabetes is with a continuous glucose monitor. You simply apply a discreet, easy-to-use sensor on your body, and it continuously monitors your glucose levels, helping you spend more time in range and freeing you from painful finger pricks. If you test your blood sugar at least 4 times per day and inject insulin at least 3 times per day, or use an insulin pump and have private insurance insurance or Medicare, you might be eligible for a CGM with little or no cost to you. Call U.S. Medical Supply today for a free benefits check. We offer free shipping, 90-day supplies, and we bill Medicare or your insurance directly. Call now and say goodbye to finger pricks.
800-763-1954. 800-763-1954. 800-763-1954. That's 800-763-1954.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support system to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles per gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
had an update from our friends at OOIDA this past day, which says they are pleased that the Senate's bipartisan infrastructure package does not include any measures to increase minimum insurance requirements. Next up, they want funding for truck parking added to the bill. As the Senate begins debate on the infrastructure bill, we're pushing for a $1 billion amendment to expand truck parking capacity, according to Jay Grimes, Director of Federal Affairs. With all the money going towards DOT and agencies like the Federal Highway Administration and the FMCSA in this legislation, senators must find a place to include dedicated funding for truck parking. If you've not contacted your senators about adding truck parking funding to the bill, we urge you to do so as soon as possible. Last week, they had reached out to their more than 150,000 members, asking them to contact their lawmakers about the need for truck parking. Let them know that the parking shortage is a safety crisis and a daily challenge for all truck drivers. All right, senators, of course, came to an agreement last week on the infrastructure bill that incorporated the Senate version of the highway bill. So that's some good news. Meanwhile, back to the calls and what's going on with Vic this morning. Hello, Vic. Wait a minute. If the computer will pick him up. There you go. Take two.
Okay. Yeah. So right now, somebody just turned out to flip the switch on our whole block there and turned off the power.
Uh-oh.
So anyway, I was digging out some flashlights. But last night there, I heard Jay there right at the very last of your show. I kind of wondered what happened to him. And then tonight there, I heard Red Mule talking about the violence thing. And I guess the quickest way to explain trying to solve something by violence was, last year, whenever all that rioting was going on and the Black Lives Matter were having peaceful demonstrations, everybody seemed okay with that. But then whenever the other group rioted there at the Capitol, now we have to have a big investigation into it and a lot of laws, and that's just kind of the way the government approaches a lot of things. But what I really want to talk about last night was about public health and the way the government is approaching this whole COVID-19 thing. And then after you went off the air, Newsmax had a program on, and they explained how spying on the American people came about. And I'll try to tie these two together here. But they were commenting about how Admiral Bobby Inman, when he was NSA director, he set up all kinds of safeguards and had the Privacy Act. And then they made, I think it was General Hayden, the Air Force General, NSA director. And he went back to spying on people, and then 9/11 happened, and they did away with the Privacy Act. So when you know about, basically the government pretty much now snoops into everything that they want to know, so they probably know whether you had the vaccine or don't have the vaccine for COVID or anything else. So how they might use that information, nobody knows. And, that's what Edward Snowden, the guy that blew the whistle on all this originally, he's the one that, I think he's in Russia or somewhere, and he was also the one that supposedly gave, no, that was Private Manning, that gave information to WikiLeaks on Hillary Clinton's server and all that. And then when Obama came to office, I think Obama prosecuted more people for violating secrecy laws than any other president. I may stand corrected on that. But he went after a lot of people that just provided normal interviews. And like I said, it was a whistleblower there that Newsmax was interviewing. And I don't know if they have podcasts or anything else, but it's rather interesting and explains about how this all came about. And also, which really surprised me, was that the intelligence agencies knew in early 2000 that the Chinese had created a way to where they could modify viruses and it could not be traced. That became totally new to me because I thought all living things that had been modified, that they would leave some type of a trace there that they had been modified. So I can now everything with all these intelligence investigations into Trump and all these other things that were going on and making sure that General Flynn did not become an NSA director, it all begins to fit a pattern to me, because it certainly looks to me like that there were people in our government that should have known about a lot of things going on in the world. And why, in the case of China, why would anybody seek something to where you could modify a virus and nobody could trace that? To me, the only way that you would want to do that is if you intended to conduct biological warfare.
Bingo.
And, so why was our government twiddling their thumbs for over 20 years? And then when this happened, all we were told was, well, our emergency stockpile is low. We got to produce more stuff. And you need to wear a mask. You need the social distancing. And we're working on a vaccine. And now they're coming out and saying, well, we have all these variants. And I'm beginning to wonder, do we really have more variants? Or does China, how many of these, I guess you could call them variants, but how many of these SARS-2 coronaviruses, or, whatever you want to say, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, how many of these does China have lined up to let loose on the world to where we will never really get ahead of it? And it would just wind up, basically, somebody mentioned something about the mark of the beast, but just be a means of controlling society.
Mm-hmm.
But my aggravation about all this is that, is our government seems helpless, whether intentional or otherwise. And I just really don't understand why that you would want to sit by. I don't care what type of government you believe in, whether it's social, Nazism or communism or socialism or capitalism or democracy, or, full-blown democracy or representative republic. Why would what evil person would want to unleash something like this on the earth? I mean, that is really a big mystery. And even greater is, why did our intelligence agencies work so hard to cover up what they apparently have known for over, for almost 20 years now? I mean, that was primarily, what I was thinking about. And and another thing, I'm going to totally switch gears on you here, Steve, but I don't know if you watch much of the Olympics and this Simone Biles.
Yes.
The gymnast.
Mm-hmm.
Are you familiar with her?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Are you familiar with her story of how she was abused by the Michigan State doctor and all that from an organization here in Indianapolis? Well, anyway, I don't know if Devil Doc's still on his check about the little girls up there at Delphi or not, or if he calls in anymore or whatever happened to him. But the FBI office here in Indianapolis actually tried to cover up that whole thing. I forget what the organization was called, but it was associated with the Olympics that hired this, the doctor. I can't even think of his name now. But anyway, the thing is, she had to drop out of a lot of stuff. And we're talking about all these different sex perversions and all this other stuff. I hope people understand that's what happened to people that have been abused in their younger years. That never gets away from them. It can pop up just like PTSD at any moment. So, and again, going back to the government, they're tracing anything and everything. And one of Simone's complaint was that there were a whole lot more people that need to be uncovered in this, and they're not being uncovered for whatever reason. So if the government knows so much stuff, I really don't know how these people are allowed to exist either. So anyway, kind of rambled on there a little bit, Steve, but by and large, here's the point. Our government has capabilities that can be used for good, but they're mostly being used for evil. And I think that's what Jay was referenced is like, do we have time to change it, in democratic means, or is it going to come down to a thing to where it might actually take violence? Not that, civil wars are terrible. That's all there is to it. And the democratic means would certainly be better, but everybody has to play by the rules.
Exactly.
And most people aren't playing by the rules right now.
And when you're trying to set things up for the elections to never, for the Democrats to never lose again. All right, Vic, gotcha. Thank you so much for checking in. Have a good morning. We return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, let me see here. Gilligan checking in this morning. It's been another boring night on I-81. Hope everybody has a safe night. Morning, Gilligan. Buster Brown checking in from Big Sky. 54 degrees. JR, morning, y'all. Country Bumpkin, as he goes by, checking and riding the Steve Summers train across this great nation. Thanks for being with us, and hello to Marianne. Thank you for checking in. Hey, meanwhile, back to the phones we go here and see what Always Moving has on her mind this morning. Hey there.
Good morning. Thanks for taking my call. Hello to everybody else. The Perseid meteor showers, for one, is one thing that I don't miss. I'm older, and I have watched it literally. I try to watch it every year since I was quite young. That is well worth watching, and the way my place is set up, just walking between the house and the barn, I get to enjoy the light show. But that is definitely well worth seeing. It is just phenomenal to watch that. And we used to have a cabin down in southern Ohio, and my dad had a great big pond built with a dock, and I used to lay out there on the summer nights, sleep out on the dock in the sleeping bag, and just lay there and listen to the whippoorwills at night and then watch the meteor showers. And so I highly encourage it for anyone who gets to enjoy it. As far as the vaccination goes, what you were saying about New York requiring it, I find it very interesting that all these years of my life, I've been able to go everywhere and do everything without having to prove a vaccination, other than going to school to for as a child and going in and showing your vaccination, and at a couple of jobs because of being in the medical field, you have to have the hepatitis vaccination just because of the dealing with the blood and things like that, even though that's not in my job. It's just a medical field. Even when I worked for my sister, who's a dentist, you had to get the hepatitis vaccination because of possible needle sticks and the transference and all. But other than that, I have been to the grocery store my whole life, gone into restaurants, and I have never had to produce any kind of medical record to go anywhere to do anything like that. And I think that is, if I lived in New York, I would certainly move. Or I can't believe that the Restaurant Association is going along with that. If they want to kill themselves and get rid of their business, this is certainly a good way to do it. Because if you follow along with that line of thinking, you deserve to be a sheep. I mean, that's just absolutely ridiculous. There is no reasoning for it. I also understand what the previous caller was talking about. How many variants are there? How long do they keep unleashing them? Where are they coming from? That's what viruses do. That's what the flu does. It mutates. It does different things. I also agree that the government, I'm so distrustful of the government anymore. I'm so distrustful of a lot of things. It breaks my heart because I was raised in my age that you respect the policeman. You're nice to the policeman. You respect your elders, and they're Mr. and Mrs. no matter what age they are or whatever to you. And so many of the general politeness are gone, and those traditional values have just disappeared out of here. And so having to have proof to walk into a restaurant of a vaccination, that absolutely does not register or compute in my mind in any way, shape, or form. And I would just as soon never go to a restaurant if that's what I had to do. I'll deal without eating out because that's ridiculous. If you're that afraid of stuff, then you really need to go back home, barricade your door, and wait for someone to throw food at you, through a slot or something. That's absolutely absurd. And I still think it's a choice, but I don't get that thought process. And I also consider that whole tactic of demanding, what the governor or the mayor was saying, that we're demanding it. It's not your place. And the government, to me, in my opinion, has gone way overstepping their bounds. And that's how I felt about Mike DeWine, as much as I have been an advocate and a supporter of Mike DeWine over the years, from being a prosecutor in my hometown there in Xenia and Greene County all these years. Great prosecutor, but as far as I'm concerned, he way overstepped his boundaries as governor with the whole COVID thing and the restrictions and the lockdowns and all that. That's not the job of the government to start telling me where I can and cannot eat. And this whole thing, I know that you take a vow to keep us safe, but that doesn't mean to all of this, because if you really cared that much about me, you wouldn't let the illegal immigrants in this country, you wouldn't let people with TB walk around, you wouldn't let people with secondhand smoke come near me, you wouldn't allow cigarettes to be made, you wouldn't allow processed sugar to be put in food, you wouldn't allow so many things if you really cared that much about us as human beings. You wouldn't allow genetic mutation on vegetables and I mean, there's just so many things. Mm-hmm. But we're going to overreach on this one thing. I have a real hard time with that. And so that's just where I'm coming from on that. I'm sorry, I'm kind of rambling here. But anyway, I just get so frustrated over the whole deal.
Yep. Yep, I'm with you on that 100%. Like I said, the idea is to make life so miserable if you don't get the vaccine. Let's see, on a local scale, and of course our secret bunker here in Cincinnati, there's one of the local news stations, Channel 9 in this city. I had the story this past day talking about the increased transmission of COVID in this region. Southwest Ohio, Southeast Indiana, Northern Kentucky, where 24 of the 25 counties in this region are listed as having high or substantial transmission rates right now. State representatives from some of the counties with the highest increase in cases said the push now is not mandating masks, but to convince more people to get vaccinated. The more that get the vaccine, the less likely it'll be that we continue to see these increased cases. Now, to share some of the numbers from the CDC, 46.6% of Ohioans, 48.7% of people in Indiana, and 45.8% of people in Kentucky are fully vaccinated. So we're not even not even half. It's getting close, but not even half the people in this region have gone to get the vaccine. Mercy Health Chief Medical Officer Dr. Stephen Figgins said hospitalizations are about 150 right now in the 14 hospital system in this region. When you think about 750, 800 is the peak in terms of our regional number back in February. 100 or 150 doesn't seem like many, but we were just at about 50 a few weeks ago. All right, Adams County has experienced quite an uptick in cases. So this is the region. Right now they're talking about there's a lot of events going on. County Fair is one of Kentucky's largest fairs. The Boone County 4-H and Utopia Fair is happening this week. Boone County's listed as having a high transmission rate right now. All right. A lot of things. Things going on outdoors, right? A lot of hand sanitizer stations are in place, things being cleaned. Hamilton County, one of the state's largest counties, is sending a team to homes of those who cannot leave their home to get the shot. You can actually apply for that service through the Council on Aging that says your age doesn't actually matter. And they're doing walk-ins for vaccines. Adams County Health Department, Tuesday through Friday, you can show up as early as 8:30 a.m. They close at about 2 in the afternoon. All right. We get our top of the hour news update. Much more to come. We'll get back to your calls after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
I'm Brad Bernards. The CDC announced a 60-day moratorium on evictions Tuesday, a day after the White House said the agency didn't have the authority to do so. The order is intended to target specific areas of the country where cases of the virus are rapidly increasing. Democrats celebrated Cori Bush, who had been sleeping on the Capitol steps, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and Chuck Schumer.
There's no reason why people should be in a position to where they're hurting right now.
We're talking about 11 million Americans across the country behind on rent, 1 in 6 renters.
You cannot have these people lose their homes. Now they have a fighting chance.
A federal judge on Tuesday temporarily halted an executive order issued by Texas Governor Greg Abbott to prohibit private individuals and groups from transporting immigrants who illegally cross the U.S.-Mexico border. This is USA Radio News.
The best companion a pillow has ever had. You've heard me talking about Mike Lindell's Giza Dreams bed sheets now for a couple of years. They're the perfect companion to the MyPillow. Made with the world's best cotton called Giza, grown only in a region between the Sahara Desert, the Mediterranean Sea, and the Nile River. Its long staple cotton makes it ultra soft and breathable. And just like the MyPillow, there's a 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty. Try it for yourself. Mike Lindell and I promise you'll sleep better. or you get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA. You'll get 2-for-1 pricing plus free shipping, but only by using my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the Giza Dream Sheets special, and the promo code USA gets you up to 66% off the entire line of MyPillow products. Sleep better with the Giza Dreams bed sheets and save at MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Retired Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Vindman, who made waves as a witness during the Trump impeachment proceedings, claimed on MSNBC the former president is responsible for over 600,000 COVID deaths in America, and that would have been prevented if he was removed from office.
There's a direct logic link to the 600,000 dead. If the president was held accountable, removed, we would have 600,000 more Americans walking the streets today. If they censured him, the president would be on his heels, and he would probably have been a little more cautious going into COVID. We wouldn't have an economic disaster.
Vindman, who has been on a media tour to promote a new book, was an important witness for Democrats during the House impeachment inquiry. Authorities say a gunman shot and wounded 3 people at a Tennessee business and was later fatally shot by police. Police say the shooting happened early Tuesday at a Smile Direct Club manufacturing facility in Nashville. This is USA Radio News.
Friends, Mike Lindell's My Pillow, My Slippers make my feet feel better than they have in about 20 years. My Pillow proprietary foam, memory foam, patented impact gel, indoor-outdoor soles. You won't want to take them off, or Mike Lindell will give you your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and save 40% using my promo code USA.
University of South Carolina has canceled its plan to enforce face coverings on campus for the upcoming fall semester after the state's attorney general warned that it would go against the intent of state legislation. The USC, whose campus in Columbia serves more than 35,000 students on July 30th, announced that everyone must wear masks at all times inside all campus buildings, regardless of their vaccination status, except in private offices, residence hall rooms, or while eating in campus dining halls. In a statement released Tuesday, USC Interim President Harris Pastides walked back from the previous plan, saying that masks will only be required in the university's healthcare buildings and on campus buses. Blago is back. The former Illinois governor wants to run for office again. The story from USA's Tim Berg.
Former Illinois Governor Rod Blagojevich is taking issue with a state law that prevents him from running for state or local office. He filed a federal lawsuit on Monday seeking a declaration finding that the law is unconstitutional. It also seeks an injunction that would allow him to run for office. Blagojevich served more than 7 years of a 14-year prison sentence on corruption charges before his sentence was commuted last year by then-President Trump. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
For USA Radio News, I'm Brad Bernards.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Yeah, the first-time caller to the program last evening was asking about if anybody mentioned the Cyber Symposium that Mike Lindell, the My Pillow guy, is going to be putting on here next week, as a matter of fact. Actually, next Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. 10th through the 12th. I'm looking at one report here from the Hill Reporter, is the news source from this past day, which says, although Mike Lindell has long been known as the My Pillow guy, he's earning a new reputation as the My Election guy, determined to prove the 2020 election was rigged. And it continues, promising proof that never actually surfaces. Now, with his upcoming event, what he calls a cyber symposium, he is making promises about what's going to come. There's a video clip they share there as he describes what's going to happen at the symposium. He says, quote, "We're going to pull the packet captures out of the router, and we're going to have a cyber guy. He'll read it, and he'll go, here's what happened. Here's who did it. Here was the attacker." Did not say how he acquired or intends to acquire these purported routers or who exactly he's been relying on to explain to him how the routers and servers work. Of course, there's talk about the routers in Maricopa County right now, which Maricopa County is refusing to turn over for the independent audit. But as for the symposium, he has promised a $5 million reward to any so-called cyber guy who wants to show up and prove that his data is not valid. Now, they do say it's an invite-only event. Okay, so we know the public's not invited, but I thought he made it sound as though any cyber expert is welcome to join in. He says he cannot promise Trump will be reinstated immediately after the symposium. Well, that's apparently because it can't happen. He cannot be reinstated, but that it could happen in the month following, because he plans to turn it over to the Supreme Court, and they would have the opportunity to review the evidence that he assures us he will have at the Cyber Symposium. So we'll see what comes of it. I know there's a lot of people keenly interested to tune in. It's going to be kind of you'll be able to tune in and watch the event live via the website. I can't remember what that was, but I'll pull that back up. Meanwhile, back to the phones. Good morning, Eagle. What's happening?
Okay, yeah. How you doing? I had to close the door on my truck. I got some things to talk about, Steve. It seemed like every time I call in, it's something interesting go down. Just when I thought I heard everything yesterday, then something else goes on today. I'm going to start out, before I get to the coronavirus situation, I'm going to start out with a man that should have been gone a long time ago, Steve.
Yeah,
and I mentioned that guy's name last night, not knowing that this breaking news would come down, that Andrew Cuomo, this guy here in New York, he should have been gone a long time ago, Steve. After all the individuals that he was associated with putting this virus into these senior homes and getting all these individuals killed. This guy here should have been long gone from New York City. Like I say, he doesn't have any pride in himself, let alone the city of New York, because if he did, he would step down. If he had any class about himself, he would have stepped down and walked away from the job a long time ago, Steve. And I'm not even talking about the accusations with these women, because like I always say, Steve, I give everybody the benefit of the doubt. When you got one or two women accusing you of doing things to them, you might say, well, this is hard feelings. Like he likes to say, she was a disgruntled employee. But when you got numbers, when you got 15, 20 women all accusing you of the same thing, it seems to me like you're guilty, my man. And I don't care. He can come on television and look dead into the camera and lie to everybody in the United States of America and say he didn't do anything wrong. But what it all boils down to, Steve, only person he's lying to is himself. And like I said before, if he had any class about himself, he would step down and remove himself from that position, because he definitely doesn't deserve to be there. Are you still there?
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Yep.
Yeah, because I'm fed up with that guy. You know, I listened to this guy on the radio today as I was driving my truck when he gave his so-called speech today about the accusations with these women. And like I said before, this guy's nothing but a liar. And him and his brother on CNN, he's a liar, both of them. And you know, like I said, Steve, I don't know if you heard the latest news about Don Lemon. I can't forget about that guy. He still is number one on the dumbest man in television, you know, because he made another dumb comment today. I don't know if you heard the news tonight. He had the nerve to say that anybody that doesn't get the vaccination, they deserve to lose their job. They deserve to not be able to go into restaurants if you refuse to accept the vaccination. So like I said, Don Lemon, you're still the number one dumbest man on television, my man. I don't think nobody's going to take that away from you no time soon. Now, let's talk about these. I talked to you about this last night, Steve, about these sanctions. You know, I don't know. Like I said, I don't know if I'm a mind reader or if I can tell the future. I don't know what's going on. But no sooner did I said that about these states mandating restaurants not allow individuals in. No, the good old governor of New York City steps out on the scene today and makes his ruling that you're not going to be allowed to go into restaurants, bars, gyms, or any other thing unless you got a voucher saying that you've been vaccinated. So like I said, but the way I feel about New York City, Steve, I can't say on the radio. So the governor of New York, he don't have to worry about me because I don't go to New York City. That place doesn't exist to me, so he doesn't have to worry about me visiting his city and being denied access to a restaurant. Now, let me say this right quick, Steve, because this is what really aggravates me, the whole deal about this Joe Biden. You know, I continue to tell you this night after night when I call you, and how he can continue to get away with this, Steve. You know, he comes on television again today with the same sad story, talking about unvaccinated people are the problem, that you're the reason why this virus is spreading so rapidly. Why can't Joe Biden and the people that work for him look at the southern border? I listened to Sean Hannity today, Steve, and Mark Levin as I was driving my truck, and both of these guys focused on what I'm about to say right now, and I've been focusing on it. How can you say that you want American people to be vaccinated when you're allowing individuals into this country that have not been vaccinated, Steve, and being transported all over this country? I heard on the Sean Hannity, he had a guy on his show today, Steve. He said that these people, as they come into the United States, they're not being vaccinated. Nothing is being done to these people. They're being told, where do you want to go? Who do you know in this certain city? We're going to give you a bus ticket to your destination, wherever that might be. They're giving people bus tickets all over the USA, Steve. Now, let me ask you a question, Steve. How come Biden and his administration can't figure out that when you're transporting people with the virus to all California, North Carolina, Georgia, Maine, North Carolina, you name it, and the virus is going to all these different states? How come they can't figure that out, Steve?
I think they know damn good and well what's going on. They just don't care. It
just amazes me that these people can't figure this out. Joe Biden, they need to close the border. They need to put every available agent or whatever they can on the border to stop these individuals from coming into the United States. If you're gonna let them in, we have enough. Vaccinate these people. If you know, Joe, it's bad enough the guys allowing these people in, Steve. But if you're gonna do it, at least do it the right way and vaccinate these people, and then put them on a bus. and ship them to their destination, which they shouldn't do to begin with. But at least be smart enough to vaccinate these people, because this virus is spreading like wildfire, and we're going to have a lot of dead bodies on our hands. And it's not because of unvaccinated American people. It's because of the people that's coming in south of the border. And when Joe Biden and Kamala, well, we already know what she thinks about the border situation, because she went down to Texas and didn't do absolutely nothing. And then, as a matter of fact, it got worse. So she's not even worth, as far as I'm concerned, we don't even have a vice president. That position is vacant at this point. So like I said, until they figure that out, Steve, the virus will continue to spread like wildfire. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right. We got the official numbers this past day for the month of July. And not surprisingly, as anticipated, the number of illegals apprehended crossing the border from Mexico soared above 200,000 in the month of July. The exact opposite of the normal, usual seasonal trend. 205,029 illegal aliens in July, released by Representative Chip Roy of Texas. That is the largest monthly apprehension number since fiscal year 2000. Another 37,400 evaded capture. No comment from the White House and Customs and Border Protection. No comment. A border official said in a court filing Monday that the number of encounters increased in July. Agents encountering an average, imagine this, 6,779 per day. Every day in the month of July. Overall, according to the preliminary data, CBP is likely to have encountered about 210,000 individuals in July. Besides coming in at the highest total number since fiscal year 2000, preliminary data indicates a record number of unaccompanied minors or illegal immigrant children who arrive without an adult, as well as the second highest number of family units ever. This is now beyond any debate as to whether there's a full-blown crisis at the border, according to the senior national security fellow at the Center for Immigration Studies. So now you're looking at another 15,000 plus, and not counting the getaways. It's an astounding number that this administration has to address with some deterrence-based policies. They have to do it, and they have to do it now. Communities along our southern border are just being totally overrun. All right, of course, we all know as soon as Biden was put in office, he reversed some of the key Trump border policies, including the Remain in Mexico program. All right. Most immigrants seeking asylum are ultimately rejected by the courts for insufficient grounds. But that's not mattering right now because they're all getting moved here and there all over the country, like Eagle said, and they're awaiting a supposed court date, which may be several years after the fact. But we get a quick time out back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose, Blue Def Platinum.
The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
I got an email from Scooter here a few minutes ago. Kind of an interesting point. He said, "Hey, Steve, in New York City, what group of people have the lowest vaccination rate?" Well, I wouldn't know off the top of my head. He said, if you guessed it's the black people, that is correct, at approximately 30%. So logically, one could deduce that requiring vaccination proof to go to a restaurant or a gym or a bar or a movie or a concert or a sporting event would be systemically racist, right? After all, Democrats are always saying that systemic racism is policies, rules, and laws that disproportionately affect a certain segment of the citizenry, right? So I guess we could say it's racism and hypocrisy on full display in New York City. And the Democrats, including Biden, are all in for it. You know, like I said, I didn't realize if that is a key true fact that only 30% of the black population is vaccinated. That's quite an interesting take. Hey, good morning, Steve. What's happening?
Hey, Steve. Good morning. Let's start off on a positive note. You know, Pappy always says he'd like to give this person the big cookie of the day.
Yep.
And I think the big cookie of the day, Steve, ought to go to that young black wrestler that won that Olympic gold medal. Did you see that clip of her? It's about 15 seconds long. She was on the podium with the American flag wrapped around her and how happy she was. And the reporter asked her, how does it feel to have that flag on your shoulder? She basically said she loved the USA, she loved living in the USA, and she's honored to represent the USA.
Wow.
That's what a true Olympian is all about, Steve. If you find that clip, I believe it's on YouTube. I think I sent it to you. But
I see it here,
yeah,
yes.
I haven't watched 1 minute of the Olympics, Steve. Not 1 minute. But Mark Levin had her clip on, and he even said, he goes, maybe I'll start watching the Olympics now. I mean, if they were all like that. And then he did bring up one point, Steve. You remember the little Marxist hammer thrower?
Yes, yes.
She came in 11th out of 12. Out of 12 people.
Serves her right.
Yes, it does. Guess she didn't have anybody to turn their back on. So, but hey, Steve, did you know that President Trump's having a rally down in Cullman, Alabama, just a little south of Huntsville? August 21st. And it's at a place called Coleman Farms. And I guess it's an all-day event. You know, it starts at like 2 o'clock. We're going to have music, food, drinks. He's going to be there about 7. But anyway, I put my name in the hat for 2 tickets, Steve. I've never been to a Trump rally before. So it'll be my first one. I'm excited about that. This Cuomo thing, Steve, I'll tell you. You know, there's about 5 or 6 women that work in our office at the terminal. If I did half of that, what he is supposedly accused of, or what he did, if I would have done half of that, Steve, not only would I have lost my job, I would have been prosecuted and probably thrown in jail for sexual assault. Am I correct?
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
So why does this Attorney General of New York, I thought Attorney Generals were allowed to prosecute people in their state. Last I checked. This Attorney General, all she did was come out with a report, tell us what he did. She actually did say he broke state and federal law, which to me should bring criminal charges against him. So why isn't she prosecuting this guy? You know, basically they want him to resign and walk away into the sunset. What about all the women that he molested? I mean, it just makes no sense. I mean, is she waiting for somebody else to pick up the ball? She doesn't want to get involved because she's a Democrat. But what did she do with Donald Trump, Steve? Her and that Manhattan DA, Cyrus Vance, went after Trump, his corporate tax records. You know, they want to bring down a sitting president. That's what she ran her campaign on. She's going to destroy Donald Trump. But she's going on and on today about everything this guy did, how disgusting it was, this and that, how he broke the law. But there's no prosecution. I just don't get it. Just makes no sense, Steve. Same with Joe Biden. You know, whatever happened to Tara Reid? You know, that all got brushed under the rug. All the Hunter Biden stuff brushed under the rug.
Yep, all silent.
You know, it's just so corrupt, Steve. It's just one side for all, and our side is not. The hypocrisy. Same with this vaccine mandate. You know, with this, you know, they're, you know, like you've been saying, you know, how they're gonna. This has been going on for 2 weeks in San Francisco, by the way. This started 2 weeks ago with the bars and the restaurants. You have to show a vaccine, proof of vaccine to get in a bar and restaurant in San Francisco. But here's the thing, Steve. I heard Obama's throwing a big party on Martha's Vineyard at his $15 million mansion there. He's going to have about 500 to 700 guests.
Someone said that that's what Psaki was alluding to, what, when she talking about, I think the former president would say, yeah, that's okay. The Trump would say it's okay. I don't know. Is that your big do as I say, not as I do mentality?
Yeah, I wonder if they're going to have to show proof of vaccine to get into his door.
Yeah.
To get into his house. If they're going to be wearing a mask. I seriously doubt it, Steve. You know, like I said, the hypocrisy. It's okay for Obama and his elitist billionaires and, you know, Black Lives Matter, you know, Antifa, illegal aliens, thousands, hundreds of thousands crossing the border. You know, no vaccine. That's all okay. But us American citizens, you know, this is all about control and power. It's the bottom line. People keep saying, I don't understand. They can't figure it out. They've got to figure it. They don't want to figure it out. The border's wide open. Come on in. Biden doesn't care. The Democrats don't care. Steve, you don't hear them. No one on the news is talking about the border. No one. You never hear one Democrat talk about it.
Yep.
because they don't care. This is all trying to turn red states blue. They're trying to turn Texas blue, Tennessee blue, Georgia blue. That's what they're trying to do. It's all about votes.
And technically, they're not allowed to vote when they come in, but at the same time, I think we know if you're not going to, what's the motive about being so adamantly against showing an identification to vote? I'm thinking that would be so someone that maybe doesn't have an identification, or maybe someone who's illegally in the country, would be able to vote. Would that not make sense? All right, got to get to my news break. I got an email from Knucklebuster here a few minutes ago. Steve, if you didn't want me to call in anymore, all you had to do was ask. I understand my phone has been blocked from calling the show. I won't bother you anymore. Have a blessed life. No, Knucklebuster, absolutely not. I do know that on the call screen, I have to use a click of the mouse to pick up the call, and then when you hit the drop button on the call, it pops up. You can click on ban caller, you can click on snooze caller, you can click on, every time I hit the drop button first, and then I have to hit drop call when the call's over. If I inadvertently hit the ban caller or snooze caller, I don't even know what snooze caller does because I've never used them. But that's the only explanation I could think of. I sure as hell wouldn't have banned you from calling, Knucklebuster. Only thing is, I don't know how to undo it. If I clicked on that, I have no idea how to reverse that. I'll have to maybe get with Josh and find out if there's a way to. There's a bunch of different things I don't even know how to do on this. So, he called me yesterday morning after the show and said he had tried to dial in like 40 times because he got dumped when we had to do our phone reset, which, thank goodness, we don't have to do that anymore. But I will absolutely do what I can to get that fixed. So my apologies if I did that, Knucklebuster. All right. Let me get my quick news break here. We'll be returned in a moment. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
I'm Brad Bernards. Spirit Airlines canceled more than half its schedule on Tuesday, and American Airlines struggled to recover from weekend storms at its Texas home, stranding thousands of passengers at the height of the summer travel season. By early evening, Spirit had canceled more than 400 flights, or nearly 60% of its schedule, according to the Flight Aware tracking service. The blame appears to lie, at least partly, with a technology outage affecting crew scheduling. Former NYPD Commissioner Bill Bratton tells Fox's Bill Hemmer that liberal criminal justice reforms are going too far, too fast.
Sounds now like most of the prosecutors in this country in our major cities are more focused on effectively defending the criminals than defending the public and the victims. And that's part of the problem, that we are in the midst of this reform movement.
This is USA Radio News.
The old way of living with diabetes is a pain. You've got to remember to do your testing, and you always need to be sticking your fingers. The new way to live your life with diabetes is with a continuous glucose monitor. You simply apply a discreet, easy-to-use sensor on your body, and it continuously monitors your glucose levels, helping you spend more time in range and freeing you from painful finger pricks. If you test your blood sugar at least 4 times per day and inject insulin at least 3 times per day, or use an insulin pump and have private insurance or Medicare, you might be eligible for a CGM with little or no cost to you. Call U.S. Medical Supply today for a free benefits check. We offer free shipping, 90-day supplies, and we bill Medicare or your insurance directly. Call now and say goodbye to finger pricks.
800-763-1954. 800-763-1954. 800-763-1954. That's 800-763-1954.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, let me see. Back at it here. Let's see. Fred said, tell Knucklebuster to dial *67 before dialing the number. Maybe that, makes it like an anonymous call, wouldn't recognize the phone number kind of thing. Okay, right now the lines are full, so, but yeah, when we get a few clear lines, maybe try that, Knucklebuster. Again, I'll have to ask Josh if there's a way to maybe just reset any blocked calls. Don't know how to do that, but I'll be working on it. Meanwhile, let me get back to the calls. Let's see. Would that be who we got on the line? Is that Gilligan?
Yeah, it's Gilligan this morning.
There.
Yeah. I want to touch on something that yesterday was an anniversary, and I guess it's a day, some ways we celebrate, but it was a horrible tragedy in a way. Are you familiar with the sinking in World War II of the USS Indianapolis? Are you aware of that?
I think I've heard this story before.
Yeah, well, yesterday was the day, the 76th anniversary of them finding their survivors. Indianapolis was a heavy cruiser, that delivered, if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure I've got this right, the parts for a little big boy. I think it was the second atomic bomb dropped on Japan at the end of the war. They were sunk on July 30th by one of the last remaining Japanese submarines. There was a lot of controversy and the captain's actions and stuff. It's a sad tragedy, but a lot of them guys, they was in the water for like 4 days. And if anybody is really you ought to look up that story if you're not familiar with it. It was a sad day in Navy history. I'm an Army veteran myself. I don't care what grade you are; those kind of stories get at you.
Mm-hmm.
But those friends of me on Facebook. That's why the picture of the memorial with the battleship. That was USS Indianapolis. I'm going to touch on, this deal with talking about the insurrection, and all that. Unfortunately, I guess people say the only way we can get our country back is with an armed uprising. Well, I hate to say it, but it'd be pretty much futile. I mean, yes, we have some high-powered weapons, most of us. I'm fairly well armed myself. I collect 18 firearms for a hobby, but I also have some more modern weapons, of course, perfectly legal. But, no matter how much we get together, the military really comes at us. How are you going to go with an AR-15 up against an M1 tank? You've got to go get it. But I understand we just hope that we can just vote our way out of this, because it's the only way. People say, I hear people say also, well, let's deal with the virus, with the cards and all that, proving you had the virus. I'm going to try to quote Benjamin Franklin. We're talking about security. It's making you more secure if you've got well, believe it was how Benjamin Franklin said it. A man willing to give up his freedom for security will have neither.
Correct.
I remember. Well, that's about all I got tonight, Steve. Hope you have a good night.
All right, thanks for checking in, Gilligan. And I was trying to read down here. Let me see here. When a caller is placed in the host room, a timer clock shows how long the call's been in the host room, blah, blah, blah. Let's see. Hold the shift and click drop to immediately drop a call. If you hit snooze, that will block the caller for 24 hours. If you click ban, that'll block the caller for the default ban length, which default would mean forever, which you can configure in the show settings. All right, so if I inadvertently, and I know this happened during our reset last night, Knucklebuster, because I know you were on hold and said you tried to call back a bunch of times. And when I talked to you after the show, I said, well, there were lines available, because at the very end of the show, we had 2 callers on hold. It was Vic and somebody else was still there. I think Chevy Guy were still there when we ran out of time. If I inadvertently hit the snooze caller, it should reset whatever time that was last night, right about 4 a.m. And so we'll try that. You can call in that loneliest hour, because I'm sure we'll have some lines available at that point in time. And if I did indeed hit the ban, I don't want to mess with stuff right now as far as getting into settings, because I don't want to screw things up for the rest of the show. So, all right, let me get to Pappy. What's happening this morning?
What's happening, Steve?
Hey there.
Well, hopefully Knucklebuster just, if he's getting a busy signal, I think he knows that's just lines are full, man.
Yeah, well, I mean, because definitely, I definitely clicked something wrong during the reset, because when I'm trying to dial out and people are trying to call in as quickly as something pops up, I click on drop because I don't want them to. It doesn't allow my phone to connect. Thank God we don't have to worry about that anymore. I just got that message yesterday that no more phone resets. But yeah, he was getting. He couldn't get through. He said he tried to call the number like 40 times after he got dropped last night. So that would explain it.
Well, worst case scenario, you might have to get him a little throwdown phone to call.
I'll get it fixed. I'll get him fixed.
Come on, Knuckle Buster. You know we love you. Nobody would do that to you.
Yeah.
Hey, Steve, I'm going to make a statement, and then I'm going to ask you a question. The statement's this, is the people that call your show, the people that listen to your show, right?
Yep.
All us deplorables. I could probably throw out a percentage, and I'll go ahead and throw out a percentage. It might be off by a little bit. But I would say 100% of your listening audience are willing to die for this country, Steve, are willing to die for their freedom.
Mm-hmm.
Now, let me ask you this. Here's the question. Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, Adam Schiff, Don Lemon, AOC, Rachel Maddow, Basement Dwellers, Antifa. You think they're willing to die for their beliefs, Steve? And notice I said their beliefs, not their freedom, because they don't believe in freedom, Steve. You know, the answer to that question should ease everybody's mind. If it comes down to what everybody's been talking about these last couple of nights, that should be the answer to what direction this country is going to go in. We won't lose, Steve, if it goes that far. I don't believe it will, but if it does, I think our beliefs are stronger than theirs. You know, we talk about crossing a line, you know, that line in the sand, Steve. It's different for different people. You know what it is for me. I told you what that line in the sand was for me. You come to my house illegally without a search warrant under illegal means and try to take my guns. I'm drawing the line in the sand. Some people might be like Always Moving alluded to, you know, you're going to force me to get a vaccine so I can eat.
Yeah.
You know, so, you know, that line is different, you know. Some people are saying, let's give it till the next election. One more election if we can't turn it around. Some people are already past that, Steve, you know. So, it's different for each person, you know. I mean, Australia is off the hook, Steve. France is off the hook.
Mm-hmm.
People are taken to the streets in them countries. Australia's on lockdown. I mean, that country is locked up. Man, trying to fight the government, Steve. Well, listen, look what they did to General Flynn, man. Right? We all know how he got hogwash, man.
Framed or set up.
Know? Yeah. You know, so when they talked about this rancher, you know, it's hard to beat stuff government, Steve. Now check this out. I don't know if you heard this or not. Them conspirators that attempted to kidnap that governor, was it Michigan?
Yes, Whitmer.
Remember that?
That was the FBI.
Steve, 12 out of the 18 conspirators were FBI informants. What the hell does that tell you? It's a conspiracy theory, Steve. That's what all the news media is saying, right?
Mm-hmm.
12 out of the 18 were non-indicted conspirators, which means they were working for the FBI. They were conspirators, but they weren't indicted. And why weren't they indicted, Steve? Because the FBI said, man, don't indict these. They were working with us. That's entrapment, Steve.
They say they were set up.
if I call Steve's numbers and say, Steve, let's go rob the bank, man. Come on, we can make some money. What are you, crazy, Pappy? I ain't doing that. A couple days later, Steve, come on, man. All I want you to do is just drive the car. Nobody's going to get hurt. No, Pappy, you're nuts, right? Call you back the next day. Steve, we'll do it when it's closed, man. Nobody will get hurt. And I keep aggravating and aggravating. Finally, you give in and say, all right, man, I'll help you out. And we get caught. That's entrapment, Steve. Now there's information, Steve, coming out that there was some FBI informants involved in January the 6th.
There you go. And that's what Nancy Pelosi doesn't want those questions asked in this, quote, inquiry. And Jim Jordan would have asked that.
No, sir. They're all conspiracies, right? Just like it was a conspiracy that Trump got spied on, just like it was a conspiracy that the virus came from lab in Wuhan. All conspiracies, all coming out to be true, Steve. Anytime the communist media says it's a conspiracy,
most likely it's true. Yep.
Oh, good old Como. I did not have sexual relations with that woman. Right? Looks dead straight in the camera and lie to the American people. Crazy.
He was just trying to be warm and friendly, you know. Nothing like a little pat nothing like a little squeeze of the ass to be warm and friendly.
Steve, it's called sexual battery. It's a felony, Steve. When you're exactly right. The other caller, Steve, he said, man, he should be arrested. Why ain't he in jail? If you're in a position of authority over someone, right, and commit some of the stuff that he was alleged to commit, it's sexual battery here in Ohio is what it's called, which is a felony. Hey, the pillow guy, Mike Lindell, when you made the comment, hey, it's really not open to the public, I think I told you this before. He sent out invitations, right? You have to have credentials to get in. But he sent out invitations to all the experts around the world, around this country, to try to debunk what he...
In computer technology, right? The computer geniuses to come in and prove it's false, prove it's fake.
Doesn't want some basement dweller, hack, cyber guy to come in and try to disprove him. He wants somebody, if you're going to disprove him, you better have the credentials to do it. So just wanted to kind of straighten that up.
That's where you call in something like, the cyber ninjas, right? And they're considered conservative. So I guess what he'd really be wanting is some left-leaning group of computer whizzes to come in, because he says, prove that it's false, prove that it's fake.
Yes.
And they won't be able to do it, he says.
You got the credentials. You've got the credentials. You got the expertise. Prove him wrong. And you get $5 million.
And that's
Steve, I heard some other doctors, if you got a quick second, I heard some other doctors talking about thinking that vaccine in this country is going to stop this. They're nuts. He said they know that this is not the answer. They know it. And they keep pushing this. Maybe I'll give you a call tomorrow before the show starts and after you wake up and send you something.
Okay. Well, I dropped my car off at the shop this past day, and I think I left my phone in the car. I'm going to go up there later when I get off here and hope it's still like in the front seats. It's a I started the show this evening. I went in and I said, "Hey, where's my phone? Where's my phone?" And Lisa said, "Did you leave it in the car when you dropped it off at the shop?"
Knucklebuster trying to call your cell phone, dude.
And it's just ringing. If you tried to call Knucklebuster, I don't have my damn phone. I said, I don't know who's called or who's messaged. Yep.
It's a conspiracy theory, knuckle busters.
It all comes together.
Have a good night, Steve.
All right, thank you much. How about? Yeah, I'm assuming it's in the Cadillac. I haven't drove the damn thing. It's been months. You know, we went and got the Subaru, and it's been parked out on the street. I got that radiator delivered. And remember, I talked to neighbor Dave about having his guy do it, and he said it may be Christmas before he can get around to it. Finally, yesterday, I said, oh, to hell with it. I'm taking it up to, it's going to cost me like $360 to have it put in, but yeah, just dropped it off yesterday. And there you go. If you haven't caught the story, he's not messing around when it comes to the whole Michigan, this whole conspiracy of an attempt to kidnap the governor there. The men accused of attempting to kidnap Gretchen Whitmer are saying the FBI set them up, according to the court filings and evidence and dozens of interviews. There were at least 12, as Pappy said, at least 12 FBI informants involved in the investigation into this group for months while they were allegedly planning to kidnap the governor. The FBI's involvement was much bigger than previously known, as the agency was involved when the plot began and actually had informants allegedly encouraging the group to further their plans. An Iraq war veteran informant rose to second in command of the group and actually paid for travel for members of the kidnapping plot so they could meet together. He also told members to work together and help the person in charge advance the plan. So far, one defendant has accused the agency of entrapment, claiming the FBI informants encouraged the group and even led military-style training for the plot. Other defendants are expected to make similar claims at their trials in the next few months. This would not be the first time the FBI has been accused of entrapment, as one group that was allegedly planning to murder police officers was acquitted after claiming the FBI led the charge in the plan. Mixed feelings regarding informants, as some say that they help stop domestic terrorists, but in the past have falsified evidence or committed murder and entrapped innocent people. This whole plot to kidnap the governor was supposedly because they were unhappy with all those COVID restrictions, where she had that state of Michigan locked down, which, I don't know, has she ever eased up in the state of Michigan, Gretchen Whitmer? All right, we'll get a news update here as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Eskimo Mom got you coming up. We'll get to horse feathers and on down the line as we roll into a Wednesday hump day. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
I'm Brad Bernards. Spirit Airlines canceled more than half its schedule on Tuesday, and American Airlines struggled to recover from weekend storms at its Texas home, stranding thousands of passengers at the height of the summer travel season. By early evening, Spirit had canceled more than 400 flights, or nearly 60% of its schedule, according to the Flight Aware Tracking Service. The blame appears to lie, at least partly, with a technology outage affecting crew scheduling. Former NYPD Commissioner Bill Bratton tells Fox's Bill Hemmer that liberal criminal justice reforms are going too far, too fast.
Sounds now like most of the prosecutors in this country in our major cities are more focused on effectively defending the criminals than defending the public and the victims. And that's part of the problem, that we are in the midst of this reform movement.
This is USA Radio News.
The best companion a pillow has ever had. You've heard me talking about Mike Lindell's Giza Dreams bed sheets now for a couple of years. They're the perfect companion to the MyPillow. Made with the world's best cotton called Giza, grown only in a region between the Sahara Desert, the Mediterranean Sea, and the Nile River. Its long staple cotton makes it ultra soft and breathable. And just like the MyPillow, there's a 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty. Try it for yourself. Mike Lindell and I promise you'll sleep better or you get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA. You'll get 2-for-1 pricing plus free shipping, but only by using my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the Giza Dream Sheets special, and the promo code USA gets you up to 66% off the entire line of MyPillow products. Sleep better with the Giza Dreams bed sheets and save at MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
A reinstituted Houston mask mandate requiring workers to wear masks while on the job may defy a statewide ban on such requirements. Mayor Sylvester Turner said in a memo to city employees Monday that the mandate was being issued because of a recent uptick in positive COVID-19 cases in our community. Governor Greg Abbott repeated his executive order last month, banning mask mandates by any state or local government entity. Those who go against the ban are subject to fines of up to $1,000. Informed about what many consider a potential super spreader event taking place this weekend, the Biden White House danced around the least bit of condemnation, Jen Psaki noting there's nothing to worry about.
We certainly advise everyone to follow public health guidelines, which I know the former president, who is a huge advocate of getting vaccinated, of following the guidance of public health experts, would certainly advocate for himself as well.
This is USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go and pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention on Tuesday issued a new moratorium on evictions that would last until October 3rd as the Biden administration sought to quell intensifying criticism that it was allowing vulnerable renters to lose their homes during a pandemic. The new moratorium could help keep millions in their homes as the coronavirus Delta variant has spread and states have been slow to release federal rental aid. It would temporarily halt evictions in counties with substantial and high levels of virus transmission and would cover areas where 90% of the U.S. population lives. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell had some comments on Biden's first 6 months in office. USA's Tim Berg has more.
It's been more than 6 months since President Joe Biden took office. Senate Minority Leader and Kentucky Republican Senator Mitch McConnell offers his review of the president's time in office, beginning with the economy.
Mostly what they had to do was not get in the way. So where are we 6 months in? The U.S. economy has broken some recent records, mostly the wrong ones. Inflation just clocked its steepest 12-month increase in more than a decade.
The White House saying they believe prices for goods will go down as the economy returns to normal. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
For USA Radio News, I'm Brad Bernards.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Okay, we're back. We got here Wednesday coming on. Hang in there, Mike. I'm going to jump down here and just check. Because I've got an anonymous caller on the line. Is this Mr.
Yeah,
Anonymous?
it's Knucklebuster.
Okay, so that worked.
No. I went into my settings. You got me to thinking. I went into my settings, and there's a button in your settings to show your caller ID or to not show your caller ID.
Okay.
I turned showing my caller ID off, and it don't know who the hell I am.
Okay. Well, it says anonymous. You are correct. It does. So I figured that was you. I might have screwed it up last night, Knucklebuster. I'm thinking it.
Man, I still love you. I ain't mad at you. I figured if you didn't want me calling in, you should have asked. I'd have obliged you with it real quick,
Yeah.
So, no, I'm glad you ain't mad at me. So, man, I'm telling you, it's been a crazy day anyway there. Do you see where old Nick Sabine, he's making, man, how much money that man's making now? I think like $11 million a year or more than that. I don't forgot what the article said there. I read it. But you're putting on a great show tonight anyway, buddy.
Oh, well, that's I'm glad to hear it. If you remember when I was talking to you after the show yesterday, I said, there were lines open, especially toward the end. I don't know why you couldn't get through,
Oh, yeah. Well, I heard you say that, that's the first time that the lines have been wide open all night there, and I kept calling and calling. Now, I've got an iPhone 7 in here that I keep my music on, but I could use it and call in, but it would go straight through, but my iPhone 11 that I use to make all my calls and send texts and emails and all that, it wouldn't let me in at all. It'd ring one time and then give a busy signal.
Huh.
I called AT&T, and they said, well, apparently they blocked your number. And I was like, well, man, that's it. If he didn't want me calling, hell, he could have just said so.
Ain't that a you-know-what? Ain't that
I'm sorry. Yeah, well, I didn't think anybody's mad at my baloney anyway.
Yeah,
so.
I'm looking at Gilligan, and Big Moose just sent me you sent it to me as well. Don't ban our baloney. KBCM, Knucklebuster's calls matter.
Right. Well, I appreciate all that, man. I'm glad. I'm glad to know that there. So, they say that everybody ought to matter in life there, and that's what the Marine Corps tells you. You don't have to worry about it if you join the Marine Corps, that you made a difference in life there. So, and I'm glad I'm making a difference with Steve Sommers' overnight drive there.
Uh-huh.
And while I'm at it, let's plug that Hot Shot Secret. Y'all buy some of that Hot Shot Secret. Make sure when you go in there, you punch in that code overnight drive so you can get that 10% discount there, and buy some of that Steve Summers overnight drive products too there, because he needs to keep his job going too. We buy them T-shirts, especially the women, and y'all know why I like that. Baseball caps and travel mugs, and that's all my baloney for right now, Mr. Steve Summers, and I'll call back a little later on there as soon as I can get wound up for you.
All right, thank you much.
It'll show up as anonymous again, and like I said, that's all my baloney, and all of God's children said amen on that.
All right, maybe you can try if you wait till like after that 4 o'clock hour. Try it with because if I like I said, if I accidentally hit the snooze caller, you'd be snoozed for 24 hours, and then if I hit ban, I don't know how to fix that, but.
Well, I'll try it again, but at 4, and we'll go from there. And if worse comes to worse, I'll just not show my caller ID, and you'll know who anonymous is.
There you go. All right. Thank you much, Knucklebuster. All right. Under the industry headlines, real quick, I think it was Grump talking about drivers coming in from all over the world, and this was from, I believe, a Bloomberg story this past day. A shortage of truckers across the U.S. has become so severe that companies are trying to bring in drivers from abroad like never before. For the first time in her 10-year trucking career, Holly McCormick has found herself coordinating with an agency in South Africa to source foreign drivers. A recruiter for McCormick has doubled her budget since the pandemic and is still having trouble finding candidates. The U.S. is grappling with a chronic lack of drivers and has been for years, but the shortage reached crisis levels due to the pandemic, which simultaneously sent demand for shipped goods soaring while touching off a surge in early retirements. The consequences, they say, have been both dire and far-reaching. Filling stations have had gas outages, airports have had a shortage on jet fuel, a stainless steel maker declared force majeure, lumber prices hitting a record, some suppliers blaming delivery delays. As McCormick put it, if we're not able to haul these goods, the economy virtually shuts down. Trucking has emerged as one of the most acute bottlenecks in the supply chain that has all but unraveled amid the pandemic, worsening supply shortages across industries, further fanning inflation and threatening a broader economic recovery, threatening the recovery. According to the CEO of Visa Solutions, an immigration agency with a focus on the transportation industry, we are living through the worst driver shortage we've seen in recent history by far. As a result, demand for Visa Solutions services from the trucking industry has more than doubled since before the pandemic. This is 100% because of the driver shortage, he says. Bringing in more foreign workers faces a number of hurdles, including visa limits, complicated immigration rules, but trucking advocates see an opening now to overcome some of those obstacles after the Biden administration created a task force to address the supply chain problems that are impeding the economic recovery. Last month, Transportation Secretary Buttigieg, Labor Secretary Marty Walsh, and the Deputy Administrator of the FMCSA held a roundtable meeting with the trucking industry to discuss efforts to improve driver retention and reduce the turnover. Again, they're looking at lowering the minimum age to 18 from 21, bypassing some of the Department of Labor's immigration certification process. That would be a boon for the Vice President of Operations at Petroleum Marketing Group, overseeing fuel delivery to around 1,300 gas stations, mostly in the northeastern tier of the country. Some of those depots have been seen shortages for as many as 12 hours because we simply cannot resupply them because we don't have qualified drivers. They need about 40 more drivers to run at full capacity. Meanwhile, of the 24 drivers that he's tried to hire through a federal immigration program, only 3 have got through all the steps of the verification process. We've got 21 drivers right now who are qualified, who can come to the country the right way and are ready to come here and solve this problem. We can't seem to get answers on what we need to do to move that forward, he says. Of course, then they go to the ATA talking about 60,000 drivers short in this country. In the meantime, the CEO of A&M Transport is looking to address his driver shortage with immigrant labor from Mexico, Europe, South Africa, and Canada. The delivery company has brought in 20 foreign workers in the last year. Owens would ideally like to hire at least a dozen more. He's been waiting on approvals, he says, since 2017 for a contract with 15 workers, only 2 of whom are through the process, a process that he was first told would take 13 to 18 months. Well, 2017 is, we're 4 years in now. Now, this is kind of funny. He said, they all have verifiable truck driving experience. The only thing we need to do is teach them to drive on the right side of the road. And they're good to go. That's kind of important. You got to drive on the right side of the road. What's going on, Horse Feathers?
Morning, Your Honor.
Morning.
Not only do you have to teach them how to drive on the right side of the road, you got to teach them to get in the left side of the vehicle. Because they're going to be walking up and getting in our passenger side and say, who stole the steering wheel?
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, so I guess we should start because we can do it for the whole country, the continental United States there of the continental. We can't do it for Alaska and Hawaii. But anyways, hey, Mike, what day is it?
There you go.
What day is it?
Hump Day.
All right. Now we got that out of the way for this week. So I was talking to the Red Mule there for a little bit, and Steve asked the question that I was supposed to relay to you from the Red Mule. But the big question is, who's paying for all the carbon credits? Because all them people flying into Martha's Vineyard there to the private airstrip that supposedly is on the property of the Obamas for this big 60th birthday party, who's paying for all the carbon credits for all them private jets flying in and out of Martha's Vineyard? Are the green people? Is the big Green New Deal, does that have carbon credits built into it for all these private jets to be flying around everywhere in the country?
Just mind your own business. Pay no attention. We don't need no stinking carbon credits.
That's right. So anyway, speaking of the big Green New Deal, did you hear about the breaking news in the Baltimore area for the Green New Deal and what's going to save Baltimore now and Maryland?
What have they done now?
Well, we got the old Bethlehem Steel area there in Sparrows Point, Maryland, where, of course, the steel industry is pretty much gone from this country, and we get recycled steel from China, which is just the top-of-the-line, high-quality type of, product that we want in this country. But anyways, they're going to set up a deal where they're going to have the whole 9 yards, I guess, of shipping the wind towers out into the ocean. The deployment of all the supplies and goods and needs and hardwares and knickknacks and whatever else is going to come out of Sparrows Point, Maryland. They're off the Baltimore Harbor, Chesapeake Bay area there, and but they're going to supply all the offshore wind turbines, the wind fields, making all the green energy from wind for all the people in the United States to charge their electric cars. So I didn't know. Maybe you could look that up. Maybe you get the real details there. I'm kind of surmising that there a little bit. So, or surprising or whatever that $5 word is that I don't know. I'm a truck driver for a reason. But anyway, so I'm glad you got the phone reset deal taken care of there. So when we got the 5 hours with horse feathers with the all night sing along going on there, I don't have to remember to do a phone reset now. I greatly appreciate that. That'll make it a lot easier for me, because anything easier for me is all the better. But and I guess I have to address one of your callers again there. I hated to do it the other night, and I guess I'll do it one more time. I think we're going to have to change his species of animal. I think we're going to have to call him a dolphin now, or maybe the name of Flipper. Because wasn't it last night that Eagle said that nobody should be forced to get a vaccination? He doesn't want to be forced to get a vaccination, but at the end of his show last night when he called in the second time, he said that all the medical people needed to have a vaccination to stop the spread of the COVID. And earlier he said that all the illegals needed to be vaccinated before they were turned loose in the country. Now, which way is it? Is it it's your right to choose whether you get the vaccination, or is everybody forced to have the vaccination?
Yeah.
Which way is it going to be?
For the illegals,
you can't have it both ways. You can't butter your bread on both sides.
Supposedly, the illegals are being, the report I read last week said they are being offered the vaccine, and what the numbers, remember I shared, I believe they said about 30% of them are denying to take the vaccine. So, you hear some reports saying that they're not even checking them for COVID. And others say, no, they're checking them, and we're supposedly putting them in quarantine for 10 days. We're offering vaccines, but we can't require them to take vaccines. I mean, there's maybe a lot of misinformation, disinformation. I don't know what the real deal is. But, I mean, you hear the likes of Ted Cruz and many of them all saying that they're not forcing them to take the vaccines, and they're definitely releasing COVID positive illegals all over the country. So,
well, absolutely they are. Absolutely they are. So, but anyways, that's enough beating on him, and but from now on, I'm calling him Flipper. I don't know. I just right now anyway.
All right.
But anyway, so I don't know. That's mean. I shouldn't do that. All right, I'll call him Eagle. I'll stick with Eagle. But anyways, there, I do appreciate you blocking Knucklebuster there. I was hoping you'd do that there. I sent you that email request there that you permanently block him for a while so that he can't compete with my numbers. He's been calling in 2, 3, 4 times a night there and getting his number count up. And I don't know, maybe that 40 calls he made in, that even though it didn't connect, that might all registered on the count screen there. So
yeah, it'd be interesting to see. I think he at the top of my screen, it shows that I've had a total of 64 blocked calls. I wonder if that's 64 calls from Knucklebuster.
Could very well be now. So, but now you're going to have to watch this anonymous call, Now I didn't realize we could call in anonymously. That's interesting.
The only other person that ever called in with the anonymous on the screen was the guy that talked about his 12-inch member. Remember that guy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you should have him on more often. But
I didn't want to take those anonymous calls because you never know. It might be that dude. All right, we got to get a quick 2-minute timeout. We return the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Well, there you go. So Big Moose was chiming in. Attention, please join our movement. KBCM. Knucklebusters calls matter. Don't ban our baloney. Yeah, Fred said that's good. Who else we got checking in? Yeah, Big Moose, it worked. Thanks to all the overnight drive and KBCM patriots out there. Norman said, talking about the issue with fuel supplies, just said there was a line of over 30 fuel trucks waiting to load in Grand Isle, Nebraska yesterday. Man, how long does it take to get through that line? Let's see. Gary said, yeah, that sounds like a great idea. Let's turn 18-year-olds loose with gas tankers. Sounds like a plan to me. That is if you can find an 18-year-old that'll work, right? Okay, what's going on? Jolly Green Giant, hey there.
Oh, wait a minute here. You're going to turn 18-year-old. Maybe Moose can hire some of those 18-year-olds. What do you think, Garrett, Steve?
High-quality drivers from South Africa.
Right. Let them haul some of that radioactive materials, come on, all right?
Yep.
Yeah. Hey, the reason I'm calling tonight, you said you were talking about New York City mandating about that you got to have proof that you got shot so you can go in to various kinds of activities. Now, here's my question. Where's the proof that these shots are working? I want the proof. Are these shots working? Are they preventing coronavirus? Yes or no? That's what I want to know. Where's the proof? What do you think, Steve?
Right now, they're telling us an overwhelming majority of cases are in unvaccinated people. We know that there's a number of vaccinated that are coming down with it. They're just supposedly not nearly as ill, shouldn't have to be hospitalized or whatever. But even though they're still able to pass the virus around.
Right. I also wanted to tell you I enjoyed that dancing video in front on Facebook. It was very enjoyable. The only thing I know how to dance to is Chubby Checkers Twist. That's about all I know how to dance to.
Right.
Also, I got one question. Did I beat Chevy Guy tonight?
You did. Indeed, you did.
I can't believe it. I cannot believe it. Chevy Guy, you need to step up, brother.
Looks like he just...
I'll tell you what, Steve.
He just got through. He's been holding on for about 1 minute. He just got through.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm glad that you got your technical problems straightened out. You need to straighten out whatever's going on with Knucklebuster. I think I agree with Moose. I'd like to hear him more, too. So, either way, I've been enjoying the show here for the last 2-3 weeks coming off vacation. Been last night was kind of rough. If anything, it could have went wrong. It went wrong. Always the first night back. So, either way, Steve, enjoying the show. I appreciate it. Let me say my piece, and I will continue on listening. Have a good night, Steve.
Have a good morning. Thank you. There you go. All right, what are we looking at here? News break time. We return after this. Lines available, or are they? I think we maybe have one line open. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
I'm Brad Bernards. A police officer died after being stabbed Tuesday during a burst of violence at a transit station outside the Pentagon, law enforcement officials told NBC News. Chief Woodrow Coos of the Pentagon Force Protection Agency says the incident happened late Tuesday morning.
About 10:37 a.m., a Pentagon police officer was attacked on the Metro bus platform. Gunfire was exchanged, and there were several casualties. The incident is over, the scene is secure, and most importantly, there's no continuing threat to our community.
Congress will award congressional gold medals to the U.S. Capitol Police and other law enforcement officers who helped protect the Capitol on January 6th after a Senate vote on Tuesday. The Senate passed the bill awarding the medals via unanimous consent. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, a veterinarian physician and founder of Youngevity, great nutritional company, based on 90 for Life. 90 essential nutrients, all vertebrates, whether you're a wombat, an elephant, a giraffe, an ostrich, a human being, a monkey, a cow, a dog, or a cat, doesn't matter. All vertebrates require 90 essential nutrients, 16 minerals, 16 vitamins, 12 amino acids, 3 fatty acids. They help prevent birth defects. There are no genetic birth defects. That's my thesis is in the Smithsonian Institute of Natural Treasure. There are no genetically transmitted diseases. They're all nutritional deficiency diseases. That's why my thesis is in the Smithsonian Institute of Natural Treasure. I want you to get on the 90 for Life program, 60 minerals, 16 vitamins, 12 amino acids, 3 fatty acids. And don't forget the Rebound or sports drink. And don't forget, you need your immune system because of all this pandemic virus stuff going around. And so contact us at usaradiohealth.com. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Last week while my son was on vacationing in Florida, we got to doggy sit Layla, his big German Shepherd. A real German Shepherd. He got Layla when he was stationed over there in Germany. Got to bring her back with him. She's 10 years old now. So for a big dog, like most big dogs do, she's getting, the hips are getting bad, having a difficult time walking. And I've been seeing these ads pop up on social media about advertising these little chews. I think it's Woofs, Wuffs, Woofs. And supposedly, like for a big dog, 100 pounds, I think it's 3 or 4 chews a day. And supposedly within 30 days, their arthritis will be greatly relieved. I don't know. Of course, the more you order, the cheaper the price, right? If you buy 3 tubs, you get 2 free. So that's like 5 30-chew containers. So I went ahead and ordered. It's like $110, I think. But I said we're gonna give them a try anyway. So it's my little treat for Layla. Hopefully that'll give her some relief. The poor old dog. Morning, Philip.
Morning, Steve. How you doing?
Doing all right. Hey, did we get our launch off yesterday? Yay or nay?
Nope.
No.
We had a propulsion system error came up, so they canceled it because they had issues with the propulsion system. So we're going to do it today. Yesterday was a pivotal point, though, with the program. Out of Boca Chica, they moved that big second booster out there to the pad. They're going to start test fitting it, and they moved it, Steve. It has 29 engines on it. If you get a chance, check that out on YouTube. Them moving that yesterday, and you can see all the engines underneath it. It was amazing. So, but that thing bigger than the Saturn V, bud. Hey, Steve, when they had NAFTA, weren't they going to try to keep the Mexicans from bringing their trucks into America? A lot of people didn't want them to do that when they had NAFTA.
Back in the day, that's when we went to Washington, D.C. with the Federation for American Immigration Reform, trying to stop the cross-border trucking program.
Well, guess what, buddy? We don't have to worry about them driving their junk over there. They coming over and driving our junk now, right?
Yep.
Essentially, that's what's happening is they're coming in, they're going to put them in our trucks and let them go. So that's going to be interesting. I really don't know if I want one of them guys down here at Tampa hauling fuel out of the port to all everybody around here, huh?
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, did you see Biden's little press conference yesterday?
I did not, no.
Oh, he's mentioned Florida about 50 times in that thing. He said that us in Texas are responsible for 1/3 of the problems that we have with Corona right now because of the outbreaks we've had. That's basically all his press conference was yesterday, was just basically trying to get people to get vaccinated. I mean, that's all he kept saying, and and he's throwing numbers up and statistics up and all kinds of other stuff up to just keep it going and keep it going. So I don't know. I know we've had a lot of them down here, don't get me wrong, but Steve, let me ask you this. Do you think if you got a lot of people without the mask on, even though they're vaccinated or not, and they're in a big group, like say at Lollapalooza in Chicago, how many people you think don't turn out of there got COVID?
Mm-hmm.
What do you think, Steve? So, I mean, it is what it is. And by the way, you sure you lost your phone in your car? You might have lost it when you was dancing with that trucker. You know that, right?
Okay, yeah. Did you like that?
And if you want to really do the Biden look at your situation, now this is the way our government's got to look at your situation since you lost your phone. You know, you might want to get a hold of that trucker because he might be a Russian. He might be an undercover agent. He took your phone away from you so he could get that information on Hunter Biden. So you never know. You know what I mean, Steve?
Yep.
So, yeah, be careful with that. So, but that's all I got today. And you have a good one, bud. Thank you.
All right, thanks for checking in. Let me see here. I got an email from Truck and Phil. Let me start with that. Yeah, what do you say? Happy Hump Day. Morning, Steve Sommers and the Hot Shot Secret Nation. Hello from Fort Wayne, Indiana, as we prepare to head to the greater Detroit suburb of Sterling Heights, Michigan. Have a great week. Of course, looks like next week they're going to shut the trunk plant again. Shutting down again. Looks like it's going to be on a week, off a week, on a week, off a week. Probably until further notice, the last we heard. Yeah, coffee up. Okay, so, yeah, someone sent me a couple of links here. I think Philip sent me that. Back on the job for just a few days. And workers at the GM Fort Wayne assembly plant in Roanoke have learned the facility will again pause assembly lines. As we prepare to make a multi-million-dollar investment in the plant, production will stop for the second time in a matter of weeks due to the ongoing semiconductor shortage. Workers returned to the plant this week following a one-week shutdown. The shutdown takes place next Monday, and it'll again last for 1 week. Meanwhile, General Motors is investing $55 million at the Fort Wayne plant for future truck production. Chevy Silverado and GMC Sierra trucks are built at the Northeast Indiana plant. They said investment in Fort Wayne will support new tooling and equipment needed for future production of full-size trucks. At the publication time, they did not specify if that would increase employment or production at that particular plant. But again, yeah, that's the headline. GM shutting assembly plants again, thanks to the semiconductor shortage. 3 North American full-size pickup truck assembly plants shutting down next week. So they're going to idle the Flint, Michigan, Fort Wayne, Indiana, and Silo, Mexico, just a week after they resumed production following a shutdown the previous week. So that's the first I've heard from Truck and Phil that it may be like this may be an ongoing scenario, on a week, off a week kind of thing. The global semiconductor shortage remains very complex and very fluid. The recent scheduling adjustments driven by temporary parts shortages caused by the semiconductor supply constraints from international markets. All right, this will provide us with the opportunity to complete unfinished vehicles at the impacted assembly plants and ship those units off to the dealers. Plants in Spring Hill, Tennessee, and the other in Mexico will resume production on Monday after they've been idled since July the 19th. Well, hey, let me get back to the phones here. And morning, Kid Fox. What's happening?
Oh, not a whole lot, Steve. How you doing?
Doing well.
Good deal. Yeah, I can say I've seen firsthand some of the dealerships. I mean, with all the shortages on cars and stuff like that. I mean, it's crazy. Like, for example, my local Chevy dealership where I bought my newest car from, it used to be about a quarter-mile stretch over there on US 35 between right there in Beaver Creek.
Mm-hmm.
And that place on any given day would be full of cars. I went in there back on Monday to get my car serviced, and the only area on that entire lot that's got cars in it is the used car lot. That's it. I mean, they're completely wiped out.
Yep.
And they have no idea when they're going. I mean, they're pretty much just on order. You know, as if people want them, they have to order them. So I hate to see what would happen once they start getting these semiconductors or whatever these chips are that they're waiting on done. I hate to see what happens to the car market, but yeah, because I mean, it's like you mentioned in the past. I mean, you got all those trucks, those 4 trucks sitting down there in Kentucky Speedway. So I have a feeling, I have a sneaky suspicion those are probably going to get destroyed, or they'll be rebranded as 2021 models. But that's just me speculating.
Yeah,
so
I mean,
take it for whatever it's worth.
Why would they destroy them? That wouldn't make any sense. Because nobody's going to want the older model kind of thing, or
something like that. Because I mean, that's the whole premise behind. I mean, that's the whole premise behind these newer cars. I mean, when they redesign cars every year, it's to make the other ones look more outdated, and that's why they bring all this new technology in every time you turn around. There's always something new with these cars. Like, for example, the Silverados. Up until this year, they were only the tailgate on the Sierras had that step feature where you could set it up to where you could step up into the bed. Well, they didn't put that on the Silverados till this year. And what's funny is my brother-in-law had bought one of those brand new Silverados back in 18, 19, late 17, early 18, something like that. And I told my wife, I said, watch them put that on those Silverados here in the next 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
And lo and behold, they ended up doing it. So, a couple of topics I wanted to touch on tonight. Starters, this whole vaccine mandate stuff that New York's doing. I have to ask the question: what if, and this is just a what if kind of, and I want to kind of pick your brain for a minute there, Steve. What if these the governor and the mayor were Republicans? What would be the Democrat response?
Mm-hmm.
What do you think? I mean, what do you think, Steve?
Probably be a bit of a different response.
Oh, it would. There would be it would probably be, I would say, almost similar to their response to the whole voter mandate thing. Oh, this we can't do this because this will affect this group of people more so than the other group of people. Or it would be only a matter of time before you see the race car go flying. And my question is, why aren't we doing that to them? I mean, hell, they're willing to play those games. Why don't we, go back and say the same thing to them?
Mm-hmm.
Because I mean, that's exactly what you're doing. I mean, it's really not much different than voter ID laws. If you really want to go to that, if you really want to have that argument, then, and that was my thought about that, after listening to you talk about these, mandates. Because I found it kind of funny that on one side, the Democrats will sit here and complain about these voter ID laws, saying, oh, they dissupport, God, I can't even pronounce the word today, how they greatly affect the black community. This will affect the poor and the black the most. But yet these vaccine mandates, and you just said it yourself earlier, only 30% of the black community is vaccinated?
Apparently in New York anyway. That's according to the email, yeah.
Right. So guess what? I mean, I guess we're going to be, this policy will definitely affect the black community more than it will any other community.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I would not be surprised to see a lawsuit come from this. It would not surprise me. Now, will it happen? I don't know, but nevertheless, it would not surprise me. But it's like, what's the caller's name earlier? Always Movins, I think so. Is that her name?
Yes.
It was like she was saying, and I'm only 38 years old, but even as young as I am, I have never in my life seen anything like we're seeing today. Where we're being told that we have to wear masks or else, or we have to get a vaccine or else. I mean, because I remember here, not even 4 or 5 years ago, we had Ebola. We've had H1N1, anthrax. I mean, and that's just within my lifetime that I can remember off the top of my head. And that's probably the last 20 years. Easy. So what makes this one so different than all these other ones that were supposedly just as deadly? And I'm going to answer that question because
okay.
What it is that this whole coronavirus thing is an experiment, in my opinion, in my humble opinion. And I know everybody's going to say, well, Kid Fox has got his conspiracy hat on again. But no, in my whole opinion, this whole coronavirus thing is an experiment to see how far the government can push the American people. I mean, and that's my thought about it, because I find it funny that now, 1 minute we're being told, like I said yesterday, 1 minute we're being told that, oh yeah, these vaccines are going to keep you from getting coronavirus. You take the vaccine, you're not going to get it. Now all of a sudden, oh no, you're going to get it. There's a possibility of you getting it. It's going to lessen the symptoms. And the government keeps moving the goalposts.
Yep.
1 minute they're saying if you get the vaccine, you don't have to wear a mask. Oh well, no. Now you have to wear a mask. And in all fairness, I will say I understand that with medical science, sometimes it's shoot from the hip because you don't know from one day to the next. But at the same time, if that's the case, then you shouldn't be going out and making these, grandiose promises that you can't keep. And that's where a lot of people, and it goes back to what I've said yesterday. That's why, that's why I can understand why you and some of your other callers are opposed to getting the vaccine right now, because you don't know.
It leads to a distrust in the medical community. Yeah, there's millions of people in that category. Millions. I'm looking at just a short blurb from KCCI, the media outlet out of Ames, Iowa, that says Iowa State University researchers believe they have discovered what makes COVID-19 so tough to treat. Most traditional antiviral treatments don't work on COVID-19. Iowa State researchers found COVID-19 has an enzyme that renders most antiviral medications ineffective. They simply said now the goal is to find a way to inhibit that enzyme protection that would allow antivirals to kill COVID-19. Most recent research was published in the journal Nature. It's all they've got on it, just that short blurb, but maybe they're making progress. If they can find that, you could combine whatever the new enzyme protection is and combine that with traditional antiviral medicines and maybe kill it. Get rid of it once and for all. Wouldn't that be nice? All right. Back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose, Blue Def Platinum. the best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Scary story. A man in Alaska endured days of attacks from an adult grizzly bear, ultimately rescued by the Coast Guard after a helicopter that was away from its normal route spotted him in distress. The saga reads as if the making of a novel or maybe a script for a Hollywood film. New York Times reported that an unnamed man, which locals identified as in his 50s or 60s, was at a shack recently near the remote town of Nome in western Alaska. Despite what most people would consider being alone in the woods, the man was not the only inhabitant. An adult grizzly bear targeted the man in a series of attacks that lasted for days. In one attack, the man was dragged to a nearby river by the bear, somehow managed to escape, sustained a serious leg injury, but that wasn't the end of it. He found out that his home, the inside of a small shack, offered little sanctuary from the animal. The grizzly bear came back multiple times and wreaked havoc on him and the dwelling. The bear actually ripped the door off the dwelling. The stalkings and attacks repeated throughout the course of a week, according to the man. Like the 19th century fur trapper and frontiersman Hugh Glass, the Alaskan man refused to give up upon facing one of nature's most deadly creatures, sleep-deprived, injured, down to his last 2 pistol rounds. The week of terror ended for the man through a happy coincidence, they say. If you're a person of faith, deliverance through an act of divine intervention. According to the report, a passing Coast Guard chopper had veered away from the normal course because of a cloud bank. And what pilots saw upon leaving the beaten path was the man desperately in need of their help. From the air, they saw the man on his knees, waving a white flag. He'd written an SOS message on the roof of his dwelling. How about that? The International Distress Signal. U.S. Coast Guard, 17th District, Alaska, in a media release, confirmed the story. Probably will be a movie about that one of these days. All right, we'll get back to our final hour just ahead. Look at there. I look at the screen. Amazing. We crossed that 4-hour mark, and everybody's still online. I don't have to do a phone reset. No more. That's good news. Back after a news update, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
I'm Brad Bernards. A police officer died after being stabbed Tuesday during a burst of violence at a transit station outside the Pentagon, law enforcement officials told NBC News. Chief Woodrow Coos of the Pentagon Force Protection Agency says the incident happened late Tuesday morning.
About 10:37 a.m., a Pentagon police officer was attacked on the Metro bus platform. Gunfire was exchanged, and there were several casualties. The incident is over, the scene is secure, and most importantly, there's no continuing threat to our community.
Congress will award congressional gold medals to the U.S. Capitol Police and other law enforcement officers who helped protect the Capitol on January 6th after a Senate vote on Tuesday. The Senate passed the bill awarding the medals via unanimous consent. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot for Patriot VPN. Patriot VPN is a virtual private network service that uses military-grade encryption to protect your internet connection on all of your devices. With Patriot VPN, your data and internet privacy is secure anywhere in the world. Why do you need Patriot VPN? Cyber criminals, government, even your own internet service provider collect and use your private information without your knowledge. Examples in the news recently, remember all the companies that have been hacked? Cuba censored the internet to kill protests? Here in America, conservative groups are being actively targeted. Your personal information and internet history is being sold by your ISP. It's all happening every day, but not with Patriot VPN. With Patriot VPN, your internet activity and history is protected from prying eyes forever. Patriot VPN is a veteran-owned business right here in the USA. For business or your family, starting at only $6.95 a month, use code WAR and get 3 months free. With an annual subscription, it's all at PatriotVPN.com. That's PatriotVPN.com.
Speaking from the White House, President Joe Biden on Tuesday called on resistant Republican governors of Texas and Florida to get out of the way of vaccine rules aimed at containing the more transmissible and dangerous COVID-19 variant. He backed city and private mandates requiring people to be vaccinated to go about some daily activities.
If some governors aren't willing to do the right thing to beat this pandemic, then they should allow businesses and universities who want to do the right thing to be able to do it. I say to these governors, please help. But if you aren't going to help, at least get out of the way of the people who are trying to do the right thing.
3 former Minneapolis police officers charged with violating George Floyd's civil rights are asking that their federal trials be separated from the trial of Derek Chauvin, who has already been convicted on state murder charges for kneeling on Floyd's neck as he pleaded for air. This is USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go and pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
California's largest wildfire exploded again after burning for nearly 3 weeks in remote mountains, and officials warned Tuesday that hot, dry weather would increase the risk of new fires across much of the state. Firefighters saved homes Monday in the small Northern California community of Greenville near the Plumas National Forest as strong winds stoked the Dixie Fire, which grew to over 395 square miles across Plumas and Butte counties.
The Dixie Fire has covered so much ground in Butte and Plumas counties that crews have split up into 2 teams, one covering the fire west of Highway 70 and the other covering the east portion, which joined with the nearby Fly Fire last night. You can see the flames are burning along the hillside here, and we're right near Highway 70 in Plumas County. Lizzie Mitri, KCRA 3 News.
Evacuations were ordered for the community of about 1,000 people, as well as for the east shore of nearby Lake Almanor, a popular resort area. As school starts in Los Angeles County this month, every single student, regardless of vaccination status, will be subject to routine COVID-19 testing and required to wear a mask at all times. Those are stringent requirements for American schoolchildren to simply attend classes at the public schools their parents fund. Yet there are considerably fewer requirements for children to remain in the U.S. after illegally crossing the southern border with their parents. For USA Radio News, I'm Brad Bernards.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, final hour here on a Wednesday. Mike, hump day. Hey, we'll get right back to the calls here, and there he is finally. Hello, Chevy guy.
Well, good morning to you. Yeah, I it's about noon or so. I flip over Newsmax and on the news feed, and it's bright day. I got my phone on dim, so I can't see nothing. And they go into that Newsmax, and all of a sudden they break in about the governor and the state attorney general going after Como. Well, my goodness. Before I get into that, let me tell you a story. And in high school, I was 16. I was standing in line. You know, they had like cubicles, and it was an open air high school down in Galley, Florida. Well, we're all standing in line, and there's this girl standing ahead of me, and just directly ahead of me, and she had a dime-shaped hole. And remember, this is in the 70s. She had about a dime-shaped hole right there at the seam. And to the best of my recollection, I took my finger and pointed in that direction. And I said, do you know you have about that time she backs up, my finger plants into the cleavage. And my 16 up there was short-lived, because from then on out, it was nothing but fingernails, fists, and feet. And me curled up on the ground, on the floor, concrete floor, trying to protect all my body parts. Well, about that time the bell rings. And the teacher opens up the door. Everybody starts piling in, laughing at me and everything. You know, I remember getting up, trying to tuck my shirt tail back in. I got bleeding scratches. Walked by the teacher. I guess she figured I learned my lesson, and then I guess she thought I won't do that again. But then again, as my 16-year-old memory kicks in, I'm thinking, it was worth it. But I'm listening to what they're accusing the governor of, and I mean, it was radio pornography. I mean, just flat out saying everything that he did on the radio. I for 20 minutes, it seemed like it went on and on. And I mean, and the one part you just got to wonder, I mean, he pulls this woman to him, shoves his hand under her blouse and grabs her breast. I mean, don't these women wear bras? And right about that time, she's in a perfect position to give him a knee right in the kahunas. I mean, it just, sorry, Gov, that's just an automatic reaction. I mean, it was, I mean, if I was a 14, 15, 16-year-old boy listening to that, man, that's when you go into the bathroom, turn the lights out, man. I think radio is a theater of the air. I mean, it's not funny for any ladies listening. I'm sorry, but I'm talking reality here. I mean, And here's what gets me. This is what's going to get him. Not all the deaths that he caused by putting sick people into the old folks' home. It's all the same thing. They have this thing on in Aiken, a family there, a young man. He's in his 50s. His wife's in his mid 40s. Well, he gets sick. He's home for 2 weeks. All right, and they know he's got COVID. He's home for 2 weeks. I guess he ain't treating him with anything. And then he gets worse. He gets hospitalized along with the. I got an ambulance coming up behind me. Car, excuse me. Yep. Okay. Ambulance. Yeah. So he gets. All right. He's sitting in there. They send him home. You keep hearing the same story. They send him home. Then he gets to the hospital. She's got it too. She doesn't have as bad. She's hospitalized, but not on the ventilator. He ended up on the ventilator, and he passes away. It's the same old story. Go home and just write it out. Let's talk about using this stuff to fight this stuff at the very minute that you think you're sick. I mean, that moxichloroquine or something like that sounds like, you treat it for malaria. Well, it ain't like it's bad for you if you use it constantly. But I mean, if you're just going to use it for a week, maybe to stave off getting worse, what he died of was in the lungs, a pneumonia. All right, caused by the COVID. All right, well, I got my pneumonia shot, so I'm not against shots, but hopefully I'm protected. I do feel like my lungs stronger than ever, but they're going to try to push this in. I don't know. I'm not going to say I won't, because when the day comes, I'll have to go into Walmart because I've got to buy the food. I don't have anybody to do it for my family or for my wife and I. So if I have to, I'll do it for her. But right now she's on so many drugs and on this experimental drug, I have no idea. And the doctors don't even have an idea. Basically, they've already told her don't get a vaccination shot because they don't even know what that drug and this drug she's on, if it have a bad reaction. So other than that, I'm going to sit back and copy the mail, and hopefully this ambulance running out of here ahead of me ain't going to a bad wreck on the highway.
Yeah, no doubt. All right.
And, you can tell I'm a little bit distracted for a good reason.
Okay, well,
but,
good
appreciate
reason.
y'all.
Thank you, Chevy Guy. Yep. Pay attention what's on. Don't be a distracted driver, right? Yeah, look at 13 past the hour. I think I touched briefly last. I didn't get back to the rest of the story. But I said we had kind of a little bit of an update on like the red tide there in Florida. Hundreds of coastal sharks have taken refuge in a Florida canal, apparently to escape the effects of the toxic red tide that's killing hundreds of tons of marine animals. Residents of Buttonwood Harbor on Longboat Key recorded unusual footage of bonnethead, blacktip, nurse, and lemon sharks swimming close to their homes. This year's red tide blooms have been particularly significant, according to marine biologists. The Florida Fish and Wildlife Commission reporting fish kills over the last week in 9 counties, and said 5 counties generated complaints of respiratory distress in humans due to the red tide. They've reported high levels of red tide off Longboat Key and around Sarasota. Experts say the sharks are seeking a safe haven with food and oxygen, away from the polluted water and rotting carcasses. You just don't normally see sharks piling up like these in these canals. They do go in there, but not of the huge numbers that we're seeing right now. According to one shark expert and biological science professor at Florida International University, we don't know what the trigger might be for these sharks going into these areas, but the changes in the chemistry of the water, the oxygen being pulled out of the water, the toxins, combined with the amount of dead fish, any of these could cause big concentrations. It's not the kind of thing you would see if this was not a big red tide event. Now, Longboat Key is just a few miles from the site. Remember the breach at the abandoned Piney Point fertilizer plant back in April, where we saw tens of millions of gallons of toxic discharge pumped into Tampa Bay? They don't know at this point quite the impact that might have had on the red tide outbreak, but seeing these kind of things happen just shows how out of balance things are in the ecosystem right now. We really need to start working hard on addressing some of the causes of these blooms. Too much nutrients getting into the water, that can come from lots of different sources. So we really need to get working on all this. But I'd venture a guess that tens of millions of gallons of nutrients from that fertilizer plant, undoubtedly that is feed. It's like Miracle Grow for the red tide, right? Let's see. Eskimo Mom is back. We'll get to you coming up next, Eskimo Mom. First, it's the Big Moose. Hey there.
Hey, what's going on, buddy?
Did you have fun catching you some fish?
I did. It was short-lived, though. I had to get back to business. They grounded Sweet Pea there. She's not allowed to get back in the truck until the tater tot comes, so I'm going to be over here gallivanting around Indiana for the next couple of weeks.
Good times, huh? Good times.
Yeah, one of them things. Yeah, just as the General Motors person was talking there, I believe we need to call him by his politically correct name. We don't want to assume that he's a particular brand or a particular gender. So I think General Motors person is a pretty politically correct, gender neutral term that we ought to start using for him. He was saying there, I'd like to get a little bit more details about how he got his hind end whipped in high school. He started that story and never quite finished it, so I'm looking forward to getting that in the seventh hour of the show.
Okay, the rest
we'll see
of the
how
story.
that goes. Now you're talking about that red tide bloom down there, and all that stuff. You remember here several years ago, well, it's probably been more like 20 years ago, maybe longer than that, but up at Grand Lake up there in Ohio, they had that weirdo algae bloom up there, and then they figured out it was where that, I think it was a steel company up there, had inadvertently discharged some coolant water into the storm drain instead of the sanitary sewer, and it caused a big mess up there for several years, so people got to be careful about these chemicals. The government had rainbow agents. Of course, everybody knows Agent Orange because that's the one that got all the attention. But, there was a Agent Purple, an Agent Green, and an Agent Pink. And, there was all kind of them chemicals that they had mixed up to either create or destroy foliage and algae and everything else, and none of them turn out to be real healthy, but I know Agent Purple is still relatively commonly used even by residential landscapers. So, people think that these chemicals can't can't be a problem. I mean, they're a huge problem, you know. So, and that guy was talking about eating them Gulf shrimp. I wouldn't eat one of them Gulf shrimp on a bet till they figure out how far this red tide is spreading, because my understanding, it's on the Gulf side, you know, so I don't know if I won't be down there snacking on them things or not. But, you know, they're basically the vulture of the sea, so they got down there eating on some dead grouper killed by the red tide, and then next thing you know, they got the creeping cruds. And, but hey, I just thought of something there too, you know. Well, and I got to express my disappointment. You know, the KBCM community, the Knucklebuster Calls Matters, we just had our T-shirts printed up, the D-Bob T-shirts, Don't Ban Our Baloney, and we didn't even have a chance to have a peaceful protest outside of the secret bunker, and you let the sucker back in on the show. I mean, you really let the air out of our sails, Steve.
I'm sorry.
You know? Do you know what kind of organizational skills it takes, and what kind of commitments you have to make to get these peaceful protests put together? I mean, we barely had an hour and a half. And here you go. Oh, just call in anonymous, and there he was. You know, we didn't get to make our point. We didn't get to burn nothing down. We planned on knocking some windows out and looting some stuff, and all that's out the window. But anyway, I'm glad that worked out. We're glad the old Knucklebuster's back with us, because, you know, we got to have our daily allotment of baloney. So, yeah, with that, I'll say keep it twixt the spotted the solid, sunny side up. I'll be copying the mail, eating the bologna, and all that jazz. We'll be 10-10 till we do it again.
Thank you much, Big Moose. Back on the road again. Okay. Yeah, it appears that I had clicked on the snooze caller button for Knucklebuster last evening, because he's back on the screen, and he's not anonymous. It's Knucklebuster with his phone number showing and everything. See, I said if it was 24 hours, it was right about that time. For the 4 o'clock hour, we had to do that reset. So all's well. We'll get some baloney coming up. Quick 2-minute timeout. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
There you go. Hey, we hadn't heard from Rainmaker, and I guess that explains why. I think he's listening to us on Facebook. Posted a message here a few minutes ago, said, hey, Steve, it's Rainmaker. I'm at the airport in Tokyo on my way to Thailand, listening into you. So there you go. So Rainmaker's making his way home. His home's going to be Thailand. All right. Well, safe travels there, Rainmaker. Good luck to you. Sylvester checking in, as always. Loving the show. Great information. 55 degrees, a perfectly clear evening there in Australia. Good morning to one Crazy Ray, checking in from Michigan this morning. Moose wins the hot shot caller of the night, in my opinion, he says. All right. Let me get back to the calls here. Morning, Eskimo Mom. Thanks for hanging in there.
Hi, Steve. When you were about ready to get back to me here earlier, I was going to get to my store and have to do the drop and hook and all that good stuff. So I thought, might as well just hang up, just call you back when I'm available.
There you go. Okay, well, thanks for calling back.
But I was going to say about the vaccines. It seems like our federal government's putting all their eggs in one basket, looking at just the vaccine alone. They need to start looking at the ivermectin, the hydroxychloroquine, that enzyme buster. Try to fuse everything, all of the above, instead of just focusing on that and then punishing those that have questions. Just answer our damn questions is all we want, and then maybe we might get the vaccine.
Mm-hmm. I've been thinking in recent days the same thing. Are they actively working on other treatments, things like you were just talking about, that maybe for those who don't like the idea of taking a vaccine, maybe if they could come up with approved medications and whatnot to treat the damn thing, many of those people would be willing to do that.
Yeah. And on top of that, with some of these COVID variants, being able to get through the vaccine and people still getting it, maybe, and get these treatments put together, because this COVID virus is a coronavirus. It's a flu virus. It's a cold virus. And we have never been able to fight. We've been able to try to get through some of these symptoms, but we've never been able to beat them totally. And because nature's a lot smarter than what we are.
Yeah, my understanding is anytime a virus is like threatened, it has enough sense to change, and that's the mutations. It mutates because it doesn't want to be killed off.
Mm-hmm. You learn in biology class, one of the first days. All organisms, they grow, adapt, or they die.
Yep.
So and these viruses, they've been around for million. If you do believe in evolution, these viruses have been around for millions of years, if not billions of years, and they're going to still be around after we're long gone. But we just need to try to do everything and anything just to try to find some sort of treatment.
Yeah, what was the story a week or two ago where they were finding some sort of bacteria, bugs, whatever it is, I don't know, in the ice cores that supposedly had been frozen there for thousands of years, they say. But it's still alive. How does it survive? Good question. All right, we'll take one more call before we hit our bottom of the hour news break here. I believe it's is it Brian checking in this morning? Hey there.
Yeah. Steve, how are you, man? I gotta say, it's a great show. I've been listening while I've been on hold. But I would, where are you located? What part of the country are you located in? I'm sorry, I don't know that.
Based out of Cincinnati, Ohio. Based out of Cincinnati.
Cincinnati, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I was did the morning show at a rock station in Oklahoma City, and another guy I was a very good friend with, his name is Steve Summers, the DJ that was in Oklahoma City and then in Dallas. And I thought, when I first looked it up, that's why I left you that wacky sort of message, because I hadn't heard yet. But I've been listening to the show, and so I do have maybe something to contribute besides just thinking, getting a idea, getting the wrong person or something. But have you ever heard of this other person, Steve Summers, another DJ named Steve Summers?
There is
there's a. Go ahead.
There's I believe he's a sportscaster, Steve Summers, out of New York, is it? I think. WFAN?
Okay,
I think it's WFAN.
I can't believe there's so many of them. It's funny, last time I Googled him, I found him immediately, but he's an old friend that, just haven't been in touch with for a long time. But I thought this, it sounds like the topic tonight is the vaccine. Is that kind of what's going on?
It just seems like inevitably every night in recent days that topic, turns out to be one of the top things. That's what everybody's talking about, so.
Yeah. I mean, I'm actually, I lived in Los Angeles for 30 years, and then I came back, to Oklahoma, and my mother had a heart attack, and then COVID hit right after that. So I planned, she's great, she's doing great, by the way, she's fine.
Good.
But she's in the, thank you, she's in the high risk category because she has her family, our family, there's a history of blood clots. So the Johnson & Johnson thing kind of scary. And then the congenital heart stuff is a big issue. Just in general, heart problems. So a swollen heart doesn't sound good. And some friends of mine are like, God, why aren't you doing the vaccine? Why didn't you get the vaccine? And what I keep hearing on the news is the best they can say about it, it seems like, is you're less likely to die. Like, you'll get it, you still get it, but you're less likely to die. For an 85-year-old woman with all these pre-existing conditions, that bar is set kind of low. Less likely to die is not really a pot. It's not a lot of encouragement. To go jump in and do something. And it kind of it makes me think of that old adage about the only safe sex is no sex. And so we're just super careful. I mean, we're not on lockdown or anything, but, we're just extremely careful with, she doesn't go into crowd situations, and we don't have people in the house, and she masks up if we ever go out, and we take hand sanitizer. And so, man, I don't know, I'm torn because but I've had 4 relatives go in the hospital for something unrelated. This is over the last 20 years. Nothing to do with COVID, but going into the hospital for one thing and dying from something completely different. You know what I mean?
Happens all the time.
Yeah. So,
always
the idea.
Always heard one of the best places to get
shot.
One of the best places to get sick is having to go to the hospital.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, I had my appendix out just a couple of years ago. Just like what the, and they got me out of there pretty quick. I mean, I'd say within 6 or 8 hours, and I didn't know if they were going to try to keep me overnight, or I didn't, know anything about what was going to go on. But they said, and this is down toward Mexico. I was in Baja. I don't like doing dune buggy stuff. And they said, no, this is a smaller hospital, the fastest one we could get to. And they just said, we try to get people out of here as soon as possible, because we don't want you getting something else.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought, that's a really progressive attitude, for a hospital. Like, I broke my back in 4 places, broke my shoulder, had a ridiculous car accident, and they tried to keep me in the hospital forever. I finally had to just leave on my own. I mean, because once they took the IVs out and I got the brace and the whole thing, and I could walk again and stuff, I was like, why am I still here? And it's a huge payday for some, not all hospitals are this way, obviously, but a huge payday. I mean, I had really good insurance, and they were just, they wouldn't, anyway. So, yeah, going into the hospital, I don't see a lot of reassurance. I heard the guy earlier who said he's not an anti-vaccine, and I kind of feel the same way. I don't feel like it. Like, I don't think I'm going to be magnetized. I'm not there. I'm not feeling like there's going to be some of the things that have been said. They sound kind of, maybe, I don't know if they're true or not, but they sound out there to me, and I'm not subscribing to those. But the very real dangers, like the gentleman that said that his wife was on medications and they recommended, that she not take it because it may react. I mean, you just don't know. You don't know.
That's weird. Hey, my consensus has been where everybody's making their own conscious decision. And I don't fault anyone who's taken the vaccine. I know many who have. I've been saying with each passing day, I feel more inclined that maybe I should get the vaccine, but I have that real hesitancy due to the fact that it is an experimental thing, and the mRNA is a technology that's never before been approved. So that's where I stand. But make your conscious decision. All right. Hey, we're a little behind there. Get our quick news break. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
I'm Brad Bernards. A top Republican senator in Arizona is asking the state's attorney general to probe Maricopa County officials over their refusal to fully comply with subpoenas deemed lawful by a judge. Arizona Senate Majority Whip Sonny Borelli submitted a formal request on Tuesday to Arizona Attorney General Mark Brnovich, a fellow Republican, to probe the county's Board of Supervisors for the failure to comply. National Border Patrol Council VP Art Del Cueto joined Fox's America's Newsroom to discuss the migrant surge after Vice President Kamala Harris touts progress. Is there progress?
What they mean by progress is allowing people to enter and break our laws, and I guess, in their eyes, that's progress. There should be no difference when it comes to our nation's borders. And right now, it's beyond chaotic. It's horrific.
This is USA Radio News.
My doctor prescribed me Viagra. It wasn't covered by my insurance, so it was costing me like $65 a pill. That's expensive.
Over 20 million guys like us use Viagra. Over a certain age, we just need it. I found a way to pay less than $3 a pill and get virtually the same effect of the $65 pill. I heard an ad just like this on the radio, called, and for $99, I got 40 generic versions of the $65 pill. Save yourself money and call right now and get over 40 pills for $99. There's no embarrassment here to use Viagra. If we're over 50, we need it, but not at high prices. Call now with your credit card and get the 40 pill special for just $99.
800-993-1358. 800-993-1358. That's 800-993-1358.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, so talking with Eskimo Mom a few minutes ago there, we were talking about are they working on other options, other alternatives, or just putting everything, all the eggs in one basket with this vaccine? Steve sent me a link from just yesterday, apparently. The Food and Drug Administration has authorized a monoclonal antibody cocktail as a measure to prevent infection in some groups of people exposed to the Chinese Communist virus, COVID. The FDA Friday announcing they had revised their emergency use authorization, the EUA, just like the COVID vaccines are, for something called Regen COV. A treatment consisting of jointly administered, it's two different drugs. It's expanding the use beyond just the treatment of patients who test positive for the virus. While the product remains authorized for treating confirmed COVID for patients over the age of 12 who are at high risk of severe illness, the agency said the drug combo can now be given to high-risk groups as a measure after exposure to prevent progression of the disease. Now, the antibody treatment is only authorized for use in people who have been exposed to the virus, not as a, quote, pre-exposure preventative measure. The agency added Regen COV should only be used as a post-exposure prophylaxis by people who are not fully vaccinated or whose immune systems are unlikely to mount an adequate response to the virus, like those who take immunosuppressive medications or those who are otherwise immunocompromised. Prophylaxis with Regen COV is not a substitute for vaccination against COVID-19. So still urging people to get the shot. No matter, see, it kind of falls right in line with what I'm asking. I mean, no matter what they come up with, nothing apparently is going to substitute taking the shot for whatever reason. They continue to denounce any drugs, which so many doctors have successfully used. I had a story, I think I printed it up from one doc. Here it is. If saving lives right now, and by any means possible, more important than pushing for a vaccine, if the Math Plus protocol works with near 100% effectiveness, a vaccine may not even be necessary. What is Math Plus? MATH Plus. That protocol gets its name from intravenous methylprednisolone, followed by high-dose intravenous ascorbic acid, optional treatments, thiamine, zinc, and vitamin D, and full-dose low molecular weight heparin. The doctor's testimony, the transcript that reviews and summarizes this protocol and explains why the timing of the treatment is so important. There's 2 distinct yet overlapping phases of COVID infection. Phase 1 is the viral replication phase. Typically, you experience mild symptoms, if any, during that phase. That's the point where it's crucial to focus on antiviral therapies. In phase number 2, the hyperinflammatory immune response sets in. That's what can result in organ failures, lungs, brain, heart, kidneys. The Math Plus protocol is designed to treat this active phase, but it needs to be administered early enough. There's so many different things potentially available. Again, they said with all the people they've treated with this, nearly 100, they haven't had one die. Why doesn't the FDA want to authorize those kind of things? It just kind of boggles my mind. All right, Knucklebuster, you're off the snooze list, apparently.
I appreciate that. Shoot, I can't even pronounce that big word you just said there, let alone know what the hell it even meant.
Methylprednisolone, whatever.
I am old, and I do need to snooze every now and then there. So, I was in church the other day, and I felt Mama Knucklebuster elbow me, and she whispered at me and said, "Would you wake up?" I told her, I said, "I'm not a sleep woman. I was counting bullet holes in my eyelid there, right?" Was he talking about feeling them hooters and then going in the closet and visiting your first girlfriend? I ain't done that in a long time, so I wouldn't even know. I just look at my right hand and say, "Hello, darling," right?
The old knuckle shuffle.
Yeah, I know it's there. See, next time you go into a restaurant there and you drop your napkin in the floor, ask that waitress and tell her, "Honey, I need a sanitary napkin," and see what she says to you.
Okay.
Yeah. The one I pulled it on there, she just, she looked at me and said, "Excuse me," and I said, Never mind, woman." I read where John Corbett, you even know who he is?
John Corbett.
I bet you
doesn't ring a bell.
I bet you recognize this other name, Bo Derek, that girl from 10.
Yeah, that one I do.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
They finally tied the knot there, man. They've been living with each other for like 20 years or something, and I thought to myself, man, that guy might as well just took a rope and hung himself. He'd have been better off just stayed living with her. It won't be long. They'll be getting a divorce there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Old Rocket Man over at Kim Jong-un, he has a weird spot on the back of his head. Got everybody worried about his health there. Said it was a green dot. Hell, I thought he was just trying to look like his good buddy there, Dennis Rodman, right?
Yeah, right.
Yep. And I seen that Missouri governor, he pardoned the McClaskeys. I guess that's how you pronounce her name.
Yeah, the couple that came out trying to defend themselves from the protesters and the rioters. Yeah, so I guess they still don't get their guns back, though, do they?
I didn't get to read the whole article. I just seen the main headline there. I got some news. Some people, if you go out there in the wilderness there, don't go out there without a water blaster and plenty of water. And 50 cal water blaster to get rid of them bears there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I read where an Ohio animal shelter is warning people to be on the lookout for a loose emu. I guess that's what, EMU? Is that how you pronounce that?
Yeah, emus.
Yeah. I thought he was just out there trying to sell insurance myself, but I'll just stick with Mama Knucklebuster myself. I'm in good hands with her, right?
Yeah, you go.
And I read where 4 Capitol Police committed suicide since January the 6th. Why are they committing?
The Capitol Police. Yeah, what's the deal there?
I don't know. They just been committing suicide there. Might be kind of like Michael Kennedy back in '97 and what's his name, Sonny Bono back in '98. There, they just knew a little too much or stirred the pot the wrong direction there, and they wound up committing suicide by skiing into a tree, right? Mm-hmm. Oh, that'd be a conspiracy theory there, wouldn't it?
Just a tad bit, Knucklebuster. Right? Yep, just a bit.
Yeah, just a tad bit. All right, well, I'm going to finish it all up there. Let's buy some Hot Shot Secret. Don't forget to put that code Overnight Drive in there to get your discount. And get you some Steve Sommers Overnight Drive baseball cap, T-shirt, travel mug. And don't be like Governor Como hugging them strange women there while you're wearing it either. So that's all my baloney for today. And all of God's children said, praise the Lord and pass the morphine. Have a great day, Mr. Steve.
Welcome back into the fold, Knucklebuster. You're still with us. 9 before the hour. Yeah, back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Well, it's a novel idea, but it ain't gonna happen. No. Representative Chip Roy of Texas this past day said that President Biden and Secretary of Homeland Security Alejandro Mayorkas should be impeached for not doing their constitutional duty to protect the country. With the ongoing immigration crisis, well, undoubtedly, they're not protecting this country. Over the past several months, he says, Biden and Mayorkas have blatantly and consistently refused to do their constitutional duty to take care that the immigration laws are faithfully executed as required by Article 2 endangering countless American and foreign lives in the process. Earlier this week, he responded to a post on Twitter by a radio host that called for Biden's impeachment for allowing this surge of immigration across the border. What Joe Biden is doing is impeachable, he says. It's more impeachable than Watergate. This is an attack on the sovereignty of America, and it's coming straight from the Oval Office. Republicans should move to impeach after 2022. All right, when you get to that point in the story, it's a different scenario. It ain't going to happen now because the Democrats are in control. If that changes in 22, yeah, absolutely, it would be a distinct possibility. Chip Roy represents the 21st District, including much of Austin, Texas, and an area north of San Antonio. He said I co-sponsor Impeach Biden, Impeach Mayorkas. He also included numbers from the Customs and Border Protection, 205,000 plus encounters in the month of July, 37,400 getaways, 1.3 million so far this year. With July, the newest numbers accounting for the largest number of encounters in over 20 years along the southern border. But we don't have a crisis. There is no crisis along the southern border. All right, final word, Horse Feathers.
Hey, thanks a lot for taking me back, Your Honor. Hey, I didn't know, I sent you a couple emails there. Your dog treats, we don't buy anything for the dog that ain't made in the USA. Don't trust any of it that comes from out of this country.
Yeah, they are made in the USA, if I remember correct. Yeah, I typically look.
Okay.
I know you don't want nothing out of China for sure.
Nope. Don't know what kind of crap you're going to be getting. So the other thing is there's something missing from your show. Now, you consider that a radio show, correct?
Yeah.
What we're doing. So aren't radio shows supposed to have interns? Don't you have interns that work at these radio stations doing all the little odd knick-knack things out and about, in and out, and all that? And if you got the right interns, as Knuckle Buster tries to promote every night, that they could be wearing the Steve Sommers apparel, especially the women's shirts, and possibly have high beams on or something. But I don't know, just good radio. But you got the video feed to go with it now. You can do all this other promotion, and of course now you got this other. I don't know if Moose, he's got one hell of an investment in this Knuckle Buster Club thing here going on. Do you know how much money he laid out to get all the the signage and all the apparel and everything? I mean, he has all this stuff all on the way here in an hour and a half, and you got it all shut. I don't know. Who's could be held responsible for all that?
I guess it's all my fault. I shot it all down. I shot it to hell, didn't I? So are you suggesting? Suggesting we need some eye candy in the secret bunker? Is that what you're suggesting?
I didn't say anything. No, I said we needed interns to advertise, to wear the apparel, to advertise the apparel.
Interns.
I didn't say any.
Interns with big headlights. That's what you alluded to.
Well, I said they could have their high beams on.
Okay. All right. I'll inquire with the princess about that.
Yeah, boy, now you're going to get me in trouble. Boy, it wasn't bad enough. We were going to try to sneak her on the air at 3 o'clock. No, I didn't say 3 o'clock.
And by the way, I think Knuckle Busters has surpassed you in call count because he was like at 233. And I'm not seeing a number on yours this morning, but that is the last call this morning. We are out of time. Have a great hump day. See you back at the midnight hour tonight. Hope you'll join us. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go.